Recording in progress.
All right.
I'm just gonna turn mine.
Okay, you ready?
Ready. Okay, welcome. This is the June 10th, 2021 meeting of the General Policy Committee meeting. Before we adopt our agenda, the city manager will be watching. He'll be tuned in, but not necessarily able to participate with some of it. And so Mr. Murray will be here for the legislative update item. Our first item, Steve Barvell will be here for the EO director discussion. The manager also said the annexation discussion is not time sensitive or pressing. So if we wanted to delay that to a future meeting, that would be fine. It's not going to slow anything up. The nature first policies, Commissioner Ariola's, the housing first is Commissioner Johnson's. And so I think you'll both be ready to discuss those. Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, there's some folks showing up for my items, so I told them 10:30 or later, so if we could just, if that's possible, stick to that. It feels like that's about
Yeah, we can, because the chapter 164, we can have a discussion if we're a little bit ahead of time. So let's just, when we adopt the agenda, make that a 3:30 time certain.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, for those folks, so they know. And then, yeah, is there anybody that absolutely wants to have the annexation discussion today?
No, I was going to ask that we move that too. That was my.
Okay, so we'll just strike that. And we'll get it on a future agenda.
It doesn't have to be time certain. This has to be 3:30 or later.
Okay. We'll just, I guess, recess if we're covered everything. Okay, is there a motion?
Motion about the agenda, strike.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the agenda with one modification, that we remove the annexation policy discussion, and we'll place that on a future agenda. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pell. Adam Sussler here. We have nobody on the lines at this time.
Okay, thank you, Adam. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. First order of business is approval of minutes from the May 13th and May 27th meetings. Were there any additions, corrections, or is there a motion to approve? A motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Garriola to approve the minutes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion passes unanimously. All right, our next item is the state legislative update, and we'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Fred Murray. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the City Commission, Fred Murray, Assistant City Manager. I have with me via Zoom, it's Ryan Matthews, who is my partner in People, Smith and Matthews, which is our state lobbyist firm. The purpose of this item is normally at the end of the year, at the end of the legislative session, we come back before you and tell you exactly what has taken place at the legislative session. Also, I'll provide an update of items we had some concerns about or issues that we wanted to let the legislature know of. We'll also talk about our appropriations request and also about our legislative agenda as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ryan Matthews, who's here via Zoom.
All right, Mr. Matthews, good to have you with us. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Good to see you guys. Mr. Murray, always a pleasure. Appreciate joining you virtually. And Mayor, if I could, I just want to get a handle on my time slot, how much time I have. Obviously, a lot transpired, and you should have a 30-page report in front of you. So I just in terms of knowing what highlights I need to hit.
So we have the report in our backup, and if you could just try to keep it under 5 hours, we'd all be very appreciative.
Well, believe it or not, I could go over, but I'll try to do that.
No, we want you to be thorough, but you don't have to go into excruciating detail. I think if you hit the highlights, the wins, the pain points, and sort of the overview, and then we'll follow up if we have specific questions.
Absolutely. Happy to do it. So what I'll try to do then is accomplish three things. One, I'll give a broad overview of the 2021 legislative session, which concluded April 30th, actually, believe it or not, during daylight hours. I'll talk a little bit about the budget, which was the largest budget in the state of Florida's history. And then we'll get into some policy-specific legislation, bills that actually did pass that would have some immediate or July 1st effect on the city. So to be able to talk about the 2021 legislative session, quite frankly, you have to talk about what has occurred, globally during the 2020 year in the pandemic. And so leading up to the months of session in talking about October, November, December, the biggest concern from a state budget perspective was the projected $3.5 to $4 billion budget deficit we were going to have during that time. If you'll recall, the 2020 legislative session concluded in March of 2020, so we were just starting to realize how real the pandemic was. In fact, we actually had a pause on the House floor because certain members of the House of Representatives had gone and traveled to a national conference where they were exposed to COVID-19. So we conclude in March, and then we sort of have these 9 months where there is not any legislative action. The governor, quite historically, was given sort of the power of the purse to spend in reaction to the pandemic as he saw fit. So looming over from a budget perspective, the 2021 legislative session was that potential $3.5 to $4 billion budget. Also, not surprisingly, most legislation that passed, and I say most because it certainly wasn't all, was either directly or tangentially related to the pandemic and some of the issues that arose from that. So in the midst of dealing with that, we also had two very different rules in the House of Representatives and the Florida Senate in terms of how they were allowing access to the Capitol. The Florida Senate was completely shut down throughout committee weeks leading up and during the entirety of the 2021 legislative session. Visitors could not enter the building. If you wanted to advocate and speak at a committee hearing, you had to do so from the Leon County Civic Center, which is about 4 or 5 blocks away from the state capitol. Now, the House was open and members would take, depending on their comfort level, in-person meetings throughout session, but the Capitol, quite frankly, was a ghost town. And in my 13 years of doing this, I've never seen a similar circumstance. Now, I will say, and I will pause to do so, Representative Hinson, Representative Clemens, and Senator Perry were always willing to meet with us. We've met with Senator Perry numerous times by Zoom. We met with Representative Clemens and Rep Hinson in person multiple times throughout session. So I do want to say that the delegation was always willing to meet and hear our concerns. So we'll back up a little bit again from a broad picture perspective. Keep in mind that 2022 is an election year. So to give you a little bit of political context, which you all are very aware of, we have Republican-dominated chambers in both the House and the Senate. We have a governor who has a rising national profile potentially as it looks towards 2024. And not surprisingly, the legislature is supportive of the governor. So a lot of the big picture policies, which were a little more controversial, seemingly passed pretty easily. And so when I talk about big policy debates from a broad level, those were, House Bill 1, the anti-rioting and looting measure put forward, election reform, social media deplatforming, vaccine passports, business COVID liability protections. Those were some of the bigger ticketed, most discussed policies throughout the 2021 legislative session. So I mentioned session ended on time. It's a rarity in Tallahassee. In fact, the last couple of years that has not been the case. Well, one of the reasons session ended on time is because of the American Rescue Plan. We had an injection of roughly $9 billion come into the state of Florida from the federal government, which ultimately led to that highest budget of $101.5 billion for the state ultimately. But it's amazing what, $9 or $10 billion will do in terms of getting the appropriations chairman and the House and Senate speaker and president to end things on time and get things done. So that's what we had this year. And before I talk about sort of where we spent those federal dollars or where we plan to spend federal dollars, because as you know, the city of Gainesville has promised some money for revenue displacement as part of the American Rescue Plan. We really don't know, other than Treasury releasing guidelines on how that money can be spent, when exactly it will be coming. The state is in that same situation. So let's talk Gainesville specific projects in the state budget. As the state budget passed, we worked very closely with Rep Hinson, Rep Clemens, and Senator Perry, and actually had 3 projects in that $101.5 billion budget. The first was the Inspire Interrupters program, sponsored by Rep Clemens and Senator Perry. That was funded at $230,000. We had the Gainesville Regional Eastside Transit Station, sponsored by Rep Hinson and Senator Perry. That was funded at $300,000. And then we had the Community Resource Paramedic Funding Program, sponsored by Rep Hinson and Senator Perry, funded at $250,000. So prior to vetoes, we had managed to have $780,000 worth of projects funded in the state budget. Now, last week, the governor exercised his gubernatorial right with the veto pen, and unfortunately, he ended up vetoing the Eastside Transit Station and the Paramedic Resource Funding Program. So we ended up finally in that $99.9 billion budget with $230,000 for the Inspire Interrupters program ultimately. So when I talk about the $9 billion worth of federally injected funds, there's a couple of big ticket items that the state decided to spend that on. A lot of them, in sort of continuation of what this governor's focus on environmental matters has been, are in the environmental realm. We've got $500 million for the Water Protection and Sustainability Trust Fund. Commissioner Ward, that will be for septic to sewer grants. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the policy that they have implemented that will bolster that septic to sewer funding in future years, although it does come to the detriment of affordable housing, unfortunately. We had $2 billion put towards the Transportation Trust Fund. We had a new program that the Speaker and Senate President implemented dealing with Resilient Florida. So this is to deal with sea level rise impacts that can be funded on in a recurring level overall. That was $500 million to start. We had $300 million in addition for Florida Forever, for land acquisition to create a wildlife corridor in the state. So quite frankly, as you all know, my background at DEP prior to joining the firm, when I was at DEP in 2015 as secretary, I was dealing with a budget of about $1.6 billion. With the injection of the federal dollars, DEP's looking at about a $2.7 billion budget should all those funds come to fruition in the next year. So there will be a lot of money spent on environmental matters in the coming years. I know Gainesville has paid close attention to the Job Growth Fund. There's $50 million for the Job Growth Fund, and those applications through the Department of Economic Opportunity are actually open now. For GRU has submitted a grant application in the past. The city has as well. I would encourage you to look at that again, because right now we're sitting on 19 or $20 million that was unspent. So there's roughly $70 million in that Job Growth Opportunity Fund grant program that the city could potentially take advantage of. So I won't go through every piece of federal funding because it is there in the report, but I do want to highlight a couple of budget issues. Affordable housing. So when I get into the policy, we'll talk a little bit more, but we had $146 million for SHIP, $62.5 million for sale, equaling about $200 million more certainly than the program has been funded in the past. And there were no sweeps because of the injection of federal money, and then a policy, Senate Bill 2512, that was adopted later on that deals with how the allocations in the future will be deemed out. We have a $10 billion DOT budget. Again, the $50 million for the Job Growth Fund, $100 million for Florida Forever, plus the $300 million for the Wildlife Corridor equal $400 million. We've got $626 million all told in septic sewer enhancements, and then $75 million for springs. Obviously, Gainesville is very familiar with in the region, the numerous beautiful springs that you all enjoy. So let's move to policy. There were 3,100 bills that were filed in 2021, 2,600 amendments. There were 39 floor sessions where the House and Senate got on the floor to debate and or question proposed pieces of legislation. Ultimately, 275 bills passed. I'd like to tell you that the usual preemption attempts waned during 2021. Unfortunately, I can't say that. We do see a continuation of numerous preemptions and unfunded mandates put forward by the Florida legislature, and there remains a somewhat contentious, and it's not across the board, but there is a somewhat contentious relationship between state and local government. That's not a surprise to any of you. You've been around for a while, and you know that in the past decade or so that's generally been what has occurred. Specific legislation that I do want to address, and there's about 11 bills, a couple of which I would advise that your legal department take a look a little more closely to see what potential direct effect it could have on the city. The first I want to talk about is House Bill 919. And in conjunction with this, I'll talk about House Bill 839. There were a couple of large-scale utility preemptions and fuel preemptions that were proposed by the 2021 legislative session. Now, the genesis for these preemptions were a couple of cities and counties throughout the state, for that matter, were doing one of two things. They were either banning fossil fuel infrastructure altogether within their city or county limits, or they were particularly banning the use of natural gas within their city limits. And so industry, not surprisingly, reacted negatively to those actions. And so we had House Bill 919, which effectively just says a county or city cannot by resolution, ordinance, or code restrict or prohibit a type of fuel source that can be delivered by a utility into your district or your boundaries. Gainesville's in a different situation than most other cities or counties throughout the state. And one thing that this firm did on behalf of GRU was to allow and provide an exemption by amendment into that bill that said if you, as the city or county, own or operate your own electric facility or natural gas facility, you have all of the ability and legal standing in the world to adopt those policies as you see fit for your utility. So if Gainesville wanted to do something differently, since you own and operate GRU as part of the city, there would be the ability to make those decisions where some other localities throughout the state may not be able to. So House Bill 839, the transportation fuel preemption that sort of went along with that. We had a number of fuel marketers who saw what was going on in the natural gas realm, decided they want to have those same protections. So House Bill 839 basically just says that a municipality cannot specifically prohibit a fuel retailer from operating within your boundaries. It does not preempt you all from adopting or implementing resolutions, citing development orders or redevelopment of fuel retailers. It just says you can't prohibit within the city of Gainesville a gas station. So those were the two sort of large scale energy preemptions, if you will, that ultimately passed. One of the bills that is probably talked about more so than others in the preemption space was House Bill 403, dealing with home-based businesses. What this bill did is say that you as at the city of Gainesville have to allow home-based businesses to operate in any area zoned for residential use, as long as they are secondary to the property's use as a residential dwelling. Now, this bill was controversial for a number of reasons, and there was negotiations going back and forth between the League of Cities and NFIB, one of the main proponents of the bill, about certain structures or confinements that could be placed within the legislation that would allow for time, place, and manner restrictions to occur on behalf of the local government, where you would have a little bit more flexibility to deal with noise, traffic, parking, etc. Unfortunately, even though those negotiations seemed to be in good faith and continued throughout the session, during the last day of session, the bill was amended ultimately to remove a lot of those prohibitions that local governments could place on activities that occur within the view of the street, noise, hours of operation, etc. I really do believe that this bill, more so than others in the preemption realm, will have the legislature coming back, because there will be an outcry. It's a far different occurrence to have a resident next to you or a neighbor in your community who's baking and selling cakes throughout their home. Now, if a welder or a mechanic open up shop with 2 car lifts on their front yard, those are 2 entirely different circumstances. And unfortunately, local governments are handcuffed in how they're dealing with the latter, or going to be able to deal with the latter. So I think this bill will cause a certain amount of consternation that will require the legislature to ultimately come back. We had House Bill.
Brian, can I call for a question, please, from Commissioner A. Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. On that bill, when does that go into effect, July 1st, or is that delayed some?
I believe that, Commissioner, that is July 1st.
Of this year?
Yes, sir, this year.
Thank you.
Okay, please continue.
I want to talk a little bit about Public Works, and this is for GRU in particular. The bill deals with local preferences as a whole in terms of when or not a local preference can be enacted. That threshold has been increased to where a local government cannot enact a local preference unless the activity exceeds $1 million. But for GRU's purposes, the Office of Economic and Demographic Research, EDR, is trying to do a needs analysis on the water quantity and water quality needs throughout the state. So they are requiring each wastewater utility starting July 1st, 2022, to adopt a 20-year needs analysis for your community and what that wastewater and stormwater division would actually need to implement from a capital improvement project standpoint, et cetera, over the course of time. So that's something for GRU to be on the lookout for. Want to bring your attention to building code measures that were passed. House Bill 401 and then House Bill 667 deal with the Florida Building Code. Not surprisingly, we have seen over the course of time sort of a chipping away at the authority of local governments as it relates to their building code in the name of quote unquote efficiency. So we have seen an expansion of what I would call virtual inspections. Let's say that now you have to allow private providers to pursue virtual inspections of certain buildings. And we have seen sort of the classification of what qualifies as a private provider. There was also a provision relating to building design that was tucked away, was a standalone bill amended on to House Bill 401 towards the latter part of session, dealing with building design elements. There was a preemption that prohibited local governments from regulating specific building design elements for single family or multifamily dwellings. Now, there were a number of exemptions that were put into the bill. Again, our firm worked specifically to get an exemption for dwellings within CRAs. And I know Gainesville still does operate a CRA. But there also is an exemption for dwellings that are located within a jurisdiction that has a design review board or an architectural review board. So if Gainesville has either of those, there is an exemption provided there as well. I want to talk, shifting a little bit back towards GRU and direct effect again, dealing with reclaimed water. Senate Bill 64 was a priority of Senate President Wilton Simpson dating a number of years back. This basically says that you have to eliminate the non-beneficial surface water discharge of wastewater by 2028 was the original proposal, which would have created, based upon the percent or millions gallons per day discharged by a wastewater utility, would have created a significant economic hardship just from the sheer ability to adopt or construct activities that would stop or cease that surface water discharge. So one of the things that was done ultimately before the bills passed, that timeline was moved out to 2032, and there will be continuing conversation with GRU about that economic impact that bill specifically will have. I talked to a couple of different commissioners specifically about some of the cable and internet attacks on government-owned electric utilities as it relates to broadband. This was one of the major fights for my firm in the Florida Municipal Electric Association, of which GRU is a member. What basically happened here was that cable and internet companies said that there is a patchwork of pole attachment fees that municipal electric utilities are charging for wireless attachments and wire line attachments to utility poles. We don't want to deal with a patchwork. We don't want to allow for GRU or Kissimmee or others to charge $27 when we work with the IOUs such as FPL and they charge us $8. And we'd also like to implement an FCC regulatory framework about how arbitrations occur and what rules telecom, internet, cable providers have to follow. Not surprisingly, because of previous federal administrations, the FCC has been extremely helpful to cable and internet on a national level. So what we did is we fought back vehemently and kept out any sort of FCC regulatory scheme. We kept out any change to currently negotiated agreements GRU would have with cable and internet and providers. And what we ultimately settled upon was offering in underserved areas of any municipal electric utilities service territory a rate of $1, a promotional rate of $1 per attachment for a defined set of time, 3 years, to actually encourage cable providers to come to those areas that are unserved and provide the service of broadband. Because what the guise that this was used under from a legislative perspective was that this was a rural broadband bill that really needed to provide broadband service to the most rural areas of the state. well, not surprisingly, the Florida Municipal Electric Association in Gainesville, we're more urban than rural overall. And the electric co-ops were not a part of that, which was frustrating, but also a little bit intellectually dishonest that this was a rural broadband bill. So the promotional rate avoided any impairment of current contract. It also avoided the FCC regulatory jurisdictional structure coming down to Florida. Just a couple more bills to tell you about. Senate Bill 60 deals with code enforcement. This bill prohibits the anonymous complaint provided to code enforcement and to a certain degree ties the hands of code enforcement activity, as I do believe probably the majority of code enforcement complaints are likely anonymous for fear of retribution or some other circumstance. It does say that code enforcement can actually pursue a claim on their own if there is any sort of health, safety, or welfare imminent threat. So that was one caveat to that, but again, another preemption to be mindful of. I strongly suggest that you have your legal department look at House Bill 421 dealing with private property rights, or the Burt-Harris Act. This is fairly unique to Florida in terms of when a private citizen landowner can allege that an exaction has been taken by a local government. There was a significant expansion in the 2021 legislative session, whereby previously, to give you a little bit of a hypothetical, the entry point for someone to allege and file a Burt-Harris claim was when a permit or something similar was denied by the local government. What this bill did is effectively said that at the time the commission adopts a policy, procedure, or ordinance, that is the new entry point for a citizen to claim a Burt-Harris action. So it's not a specific targeted action by the government per se, a permit denial. This is now upon any adoption of rule or ordinance or policy is when a citizen could say, that's an exaction by the city of Gainesville. I'd like to file a Burt-Harris claim. What this ultimately would likely do is just increase exponentially the number of settled Harris claims that local governments throughout the state would undertake, because you're going to have folks who are litigious in nature and could sniff out what could become a cottage industry of filing Burt-Harris claims only to get a minuscule settlement amount from the local government. I want to talk a little bit, two more bills to discuss. House Bill 337 dealing with impact fees. There was a notion by proponents of this bill that local governments, rogue local governments throughout the state, were increasing impact fees by 150 to 300% throughout the state of Florida. So what this bill did, and it went through a number of machinations, but originally claimed that a local government could only increase impact fees by 3% per year. Where it settled was an impact fee can be increased not more than 25% of the current rate. And then if you increase impact fees by 25%, you have to do so in 2 equal annual installments of 12.5% each. Now, you can cross the threshold of 25% and get upwards of a 50% impact fee increase. There are just a number of steps that you have to follow, and those include obviously 2 duly public notice meetings, a study that is done that clearly shows the nexus between the development and the impact fee, and then a 2/3 or supermajority vote of the commission to approve. So they have narrowed the opportunity to just have carte blanche to increase impact fees, but there is a process which by you could go through to increase impact fees above that 25% level. The last bill I do want to talk about, because again, I want to be mindful of your time, is Senate Bill 2512 dealing with documentary stamp taxes. As you all know, the Sadowski Fund stems from doc stamp revenue that comes into the state of Florida. What was a pretty controversial affordable housing policy argument this year was the Speaker and Senate President said, we're going to raise ship and sale funding to $200 million this year, and then we're going to eliminate by policy future sweeps of that trust fund. But what we're also going to do simultaneously is in future years, we're going to split dock stamp revenues into 3 different pots. So one continues on in affordable housing to the tune of about $112 million. The second goes to that newly created Resilient Florida Trust Fund, dealing with sea level rise and other impacts related thereto. And then the third, on a recurring basis, as is the other two, 111 million or so to that water protection sustainability trust fund, which is solely going to deal with septic to sewer conversion grants. So as it relates to those septic to sewer conversion grants, I've had multiple conversations with DEP. What remains to be seen is whether or not we're going to see the typical member projects dealing with specific septic sewer grants. As we've seen before, we got for the city of Gainesville, I believe, $100,000 in 2020 for a similar septic to sewer conversion program. I don't know if those things are going to continue on through the legislature or now solely because there is potentially $626 million at DEP for septic to sewer conversions, if that will simply be a wholly regulatory agency function. And DEP doesn't know the answer to that either. They do tell me that they are sort of putting together their framework for that grant program. They will likely require a 50% local match component. So I know, again, Commissioner Ward, you and I have had multiple conversations about septic sewer conversions. So that's just a future conversation to note. And with that, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Matthews. I want you to stick around. I received word from the clerk that there were a couple people who might have wanted to speak to the adoption of the agenda and that the public comment line may have been down when I asked for public comment. So if we could, just out of abundance of caution, I'd like to just pause for a sec, go back to Adam to see if anybody did want to comment on adoption of our agenda, and then we'll come right back and answer any questions and continue with this topic. Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, we do have 2 people who wanted to comment earlier. My apologies for the service issue. First up is Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I was on the telephone line when the mayor asked for comment on the adoption of the agenda, and I was on hold for 12 minutes listening to the silly country song again with no operator in attendance whatsoever. And I'd like to object to this new scheme that's been worked out by the city to keep people from being in these meetings and make it extremely difficult to get a comment in. My comment for the adoption of the agenda would be, where is Uncle Lee Feldman? This man works for the people of the city of Gainesville and has the highest paid job in the city other than the utilities fella. And you are in a critical time. You've been downgraded by the rating agencies for, I've lost track, 5 or 6 times. And
go ahead, Mr. O'Brien.
And, you know, it's really unacceptable that Mr. Feldman is not at the meeting.
Yeah, he is at the meeting as much as he can be. I know that he got called for jury duty, and that's not a no that you can give on your own. We do have all 3 of our city managers participating, and that is customary practice. If any charter officer cannot be here, they designate their next hands to be available.
Mr. Poe, your litany of excuses for your failed leadership in the city are unacceptable.
Mr. O'Brien, if you look at
nonsense about
Mr.
jury
Feldman
duty.
is in the meeting, you can see him there yourself.
He's clearly in the building. You know, the idea of moving this meeting to the basement is another one of the divisive and deceptive tactics to keep the public from viewing what is currently happening in the city of Gainesville. It's unacceptable. Please have the meetings in the venue, which is the most appropriate for the public to attend. Thank you.
Yeah, everybody can view our meetings both online and in person the same as they could upstairs. Thank you. Adam, next caller.
Okay, our next caller, I'm not sure if he's commenting on the agenda itself. Mr. Scott, if you are commenting on the day's agenda, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. So with respect to the adoption of the agenda, I'd also like to echo Mr. O'Brien's concerns. Again, the phone number was not working. Again, it inhibits participation and engagement with city government. With respect to the items on the agenda, loss of affordable housing, I hope that discussion will include the renters' rights ordinance, because the city commission was told that policy was going to further compound the lack of affordable housing by increased rent. And the aggressive policies that you implement, you knew it was a failed policy before you implemented it. You acknowledged that. Your answer to that was to provide taxpayer-funded subsidies to help offset that. Now you're looking for a federal bailout to avoid the loss of affordable housing. You claim you have an affordable housing crisis when for 3 years, FY17, FY18, and FY19, you failed to expend every penny of available SHIP money and then diverted it to GNV CARES. So I'm not sure how you can claim that there's an affordable housing crisis when you fail to allocate every possible amount to solving that problem. But let's make no mistake, one political faction has controlled city government for 20 years, and you haven't, under your failed leadership, addressed the affordable housing problem before it became a crisis of your own alleged making. And secondly, I would hope that in general policy discussion, we might have some discussion about GRU, the alternative proposal that I set forth as a expert to try and help avoid multi-year progressive GRU rate increases, which further hurt low-income households, which hurt hardworking Gainesville families, which hurt local business, and there's no willingness or discussion, yet you claim you want citizen engagement. You only want to hear from your supporters, Mayor Poe. That's the problem, is people that want to provide solutions and help you make better decisions.
Mr. Scott?
You don't want to hear from us. But it's clear in the evidence of 5 debt downgrades in 2021, your policies are not working. Thank you.
We also, I on behalf of our, call-in service, I apologize. As soon as I found out that people were unable to comment at adoption of the agenda when I asked for public comment, I paused the meeting and went back to solicit that comment. We'll continue to do our best, but as with any technology, sometimes it doesn't work exactly as we planned. So I'm glad that you both got to call in and speak to adoption of the agenda. We will now move on with questions for Mr. Matthews on the item that we're discussing, which is an update on the 2021 state legislative session. Commissioner Santos, I saw your hand. Everybody want to speak? I was going to go around as I saw them. Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all your hard work up there. I know it's not easy, but thank you. I have one question on Senate Bill 1890, the campaign contributions preemption. I've seen some articles from other cities that now gets rid of the $250 cap and raises it to $1,000 for both municipal and really all elections. Can you comment on that? Is that correct, my understanding of that, or?
We share the same understanding, Commissioner. I believe that that increase does apply to all municipal positions and elections as well.
Okay. So I think that's something that we need to have our attorney's office look into and experts change happens. The other one too is on the home-based businesses. I think we probably have quite a few ordinances that probably contradict that preemption, and we probably should look at as well. And then the last question is on redistricting for the State House and State Senate. Do you know when that special session is expected to commence and kind of their process?
Sure. So where we are right now, in addition, as you brought up, 2022 is not only an election year, it's a redistricting year. What generally happens is, not surprisingly, the maps are drawn by the majority party in the state legislature. And so what we have done so far to date is to adopt or appoint, a chairman for the redistricting committee in the House. That's going to be Representative Tom Leek. He's from the Daytona Beach area, and whether or not a special session is called solely for the sake of redistricting, I don't think has been a decision point to date. Where we stand for the 2022 regular session is committee weeks will begin in September, since we have an early start in January. There will be 5 committee weeks in September, October, November, and December. There is some thought that they could have the redistricting committee meet during that September through December timeline, and then potentially have a special session solely relating to redistricting after the March end to the 2022 regular legislative session. But I think that's still up in the air, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Aiello.
Thank you. My question is not so much a report from you, but I'd like for the commission and for us to consider applying with a partner like the chamber or the school board or something for that job growth fund. I think that's a really big opportunity. I think the governor has shown a willingness to fund that through and through. I was recently at a advisory board, sort of a kickoff to an advisory committee led by the school board, and I think that's just a great opportunity for us to think about as a community how we can apply for some of those funds. So I'd just like that to be in consideration for the commission as we go forward, because I think that's going to be a really good opportunity to get some state funding where we may have missed out on this year. So that was it. If I say what I'm thinking about this legislative session, I actually don't want to do that. So
Family program. Commissioner Sacco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify on HB 401 on the building code, that only applies to, we're only prohibited from adding enhancements to the building code conditions. That doesn't necessarily preempt us from doing other kinds of regulation codes.
Correct.
Would it, I don't know, this might be a question for Ms. Shalley's office, but would that, our rental inspection program is going to include the international, what is it? IMCA, did I get it right? But that is that's mildly different from the building code. I don't know if abiding by those standards are going to, if it's going to trigger something with this, because we're abiding by something, for the inspections, we're abiding by something different than building code.
Looks like our director of sustainable development might have some thoughts on that.
Okay.
Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's the International Property Maintenance Code, IPMC, which is published by the International Code Council. The Florida Building Code is based on the ICC, and we have already been preempted from essentially like enacting, building regulations that are more restrictive than the Florida Building Code. And I think the way, and Ms. Shalley can definitely probably provide even better clarity, but the way that the city has approached the rental housing ordinance is that it's unrelated to the Florida Building Code. It's related to regulating rental, and so we've been very careful about separating those two things between the rental ordinance and any application of the Florida Building Code.
And just to make sure the preemption, or I guess prohibition on anonymous complaints to codes, would that stop us from going in to do I guess spot checking on rental properties, or is it still separated enough?
So I can attempt, Commissioner, to answer that. I think that your authority is well realized. If there again is a imminent threat to health, safety, welfare, there is an environmental concern that is pressing. I think it's probably a limited authority moving forward for those rental spot checks. But I'd ask again, legal counsel to take a further look at the bill to ensure Gainesville specific requirements that I'm true and correct there.
Ms. Shalley, did you have an opinion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The city's rental housing program, the inspections are done for purpose of determining permit compliance, determining that indeed the property meets the standards. So those aren't anonymous complaints, nor are they, it would be pursuant to our regulatory program.
Thank you all for
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Matthews, thanks for your work and for giving us this big document and for your time this afternoon. know that there was the beginning of a preemption to our apprenticeship ordinance, our requirement for apprenticeship. What was the final disposition of that one?
So in House Bill 53, dealing with public works, there is some change to what is and is not allowable from an apprenticeship ordinance standpoint. That bill changed pretty drastically a number of times. And off the top of my head, I can't recite exactly what changes to apprenticeship programs were made, but it would be in the House Bill 53 that was enrolled, not yet signed by the governor, so still a chance that it's vetoed. Unlikely, quite frankly, but we'd have to look more specifically into House Bill 53 for any apprenticeship change.
If you, I mean, that was a requirement, an ordinance requiring that city projects $500,000, or was it 250? I forget.
$1 million for local preference.
Well, ours was 250. So local preference, is that what knocks it out? Because our ordinance said that either at 250 or 500, I can't remember which. 250. Okay. We required a percentage of the folks working on the contract, the apprentices, and another percentage be in the traditional, what they used to call hard to hire category. So if you would check on that, and let's just see if that remains active, or if we let's see if we've slid under the preemption this time or not.
Absolutely, I will check on it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Johnson, Councilor Walker, any questions? Okay, Mr. Murray, do you have anything? All right. Mr. Matthews, thank you. Thanks for your whole team. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So there's a lot of, I think, preemptions and stuff that was passed, this I guess for our staff or for the Shelley, that directly conflicted a lot of our own ordinances. When do we expect to, I guess it's our duty to change those ordinances, is that correct, Ms. Shelley, or how does that work in terms of making those changes? And when do you expect to have us come back?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Yes, what our office does is, once, as has been described to you, the legislative process is an ever-moving target and always changing. So we wait until this point in time, and we wait until these things actually become law or are near becoming law. And we use this great information that's been provided by the firms that the city employs for the purpose of tracking this and lobbying on the city's behalf. And what we will do is go through these bills together with the ones that become law, together with the substantive departments that are in charge of those programs. And we will bring forward any ordinances that are necessary.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Mr. Matthews, thanks to you and your firm. It's been a very interesting session. Just sort of combination of pandemic and pushback against, I think efforts by a lot of local communities to elevate protections and attention to our more vulnerable neighbors, has been tough. But I think that at least I'm grateful for your attention to our priorities, and I feel like you always have a good pulse on the finger of what the legislature and governor's office is doing that might directly impact the efforts that we're making here locally. So thanks for connecting those dots for us, and just at least keeping us up to date.
Absolutely.
Actions are changing.
We appreciate the opportunity to represent the city, Mayor, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say Angela Dreswecki did a lot of really good work on the budget. While we were disappointed that 2 of those projects were ultimately vetoed, going into that with $730,000 in local projects, put ourselves in a good position, and we'll continue to put ourselves in a good position in the future.
You just sparked a question I had. Do you have any sense on, through federal dollars coming through to the state, how that might positively impact our efforts for increasing road safety on Williston Road, University Avenue, and 13th Street?
So I think what would be required is twofold. Number one, working with DOT and the local districts, which I know the city has done in the past and continues to do with District 2 to ensure, pedestrian safety measures are achieved. Number two, I will say that we had through this last legislative budget a number of pedestrian safety budgeting matters that were ultimately vetoed by the governor, unfortunately. Surprisingly, throughout the state, Florida is ranked at the very bottom when it comes to pedestrian safety on a national basis. So I do think a point of emphasis and education is necessary with the legislature to show that either through a potentially DOT funded program or through state appropriated projects, there needs to be more of an attentive focus on pedestrian safety.
Okay, thank you. We'll then go to Adam for any public comment on this item. And then Mr. Shepherd, I'll get to you next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have two callers on the line. First is Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it. The comment that I would have is I would like to ask Mr. Matthews why he did not appear when this item was agended a couple weeks ago. What prevented them from showing up and giving the report when it was current? At this time, the report's nothing but a look in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, it wasn't Mr. Matthews. It was removed from our agenda, Mr. O'Brien.
All righty.
Why was it removed from the agenda when it was current and relevant information, Mr. Poe?
I don't have an answer for that. I know that it was asked to be removed. I don't know if we had too many items, which that was a very full agenda, or if there was still some research being done. But Mr. Matthews was not expected to be there since the item was not on our agenda.
The item was on your agenda, and you just said that it was removed, and now you don't know by who. Mr. Poe, your nonsense is not credible. The city is sinking under your leadership.
Mr. O'Brien, I don't enjoy arguing with you, but if you go back and look at that agenda, it clearly states next to the item, removed from agenda. It said that when we adopted the agenda. It said removed. It was not ever on the agenda. We never adopted the agenda with that item on it. Adam, could we please have the next caller?
Yes,
more of your
Mr.
last
Mayor.
minute tinkering with the agenda. The public was told
O'Brien.
that it would be on the agenda and showed up to hear the update when.
All righty. We will have our next caller in just a second, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Nathan Scott. So I have a question for Mr. Matthews. With respect to the General Appropriations Act, the Alachua County Commission was successful in getting their $2.3 billion project approved, whereas the city of Gainesville was not. And I'd like to get the difference between the two is Alachua County conformed with the governor's executive order, where the city commission continues to be defiant. And I just want to know, based upon your narrative in the agenda item, where the lobbyist said that they were going to continue discussions with the governor's office, and this was removed from the past agenda, Mayor Poe. Mr. O'Brien is correct. So I spoke my disappointment with this item being removed at that last general policy meeting. I'd like to know from the lobbyist perspective, what caused the different outcomes in terms of the city's projects not getting approved, whereas the county got a much larger project approved, and they seem to be in compliance with state law. And secondly, a compliment to Mr. Matthews. You sound tremendously like Troy Kinsey from Tallahassee. So I think that is a compliment. But I'd like to get your unbounded perspective on how your discussions with the governor's office went in light of the city's conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poe. Mr. Scott, Mr. Poe, the floor is yours.
Thanks. I just want to say we're all in agreement that the item was removed from our last agenda. There's no disagreement about that. Mr. Matthews, I don't know if you care to or if you even can answer the question. I just have to point out that the two items that were vetoed tend to be focused on helping our more vulnerable neighbors. and tend to be focused specifically at helping residents in the eastern portion of our city, whereas the item that was approved is in the western part of unincorporated Alachua County, and is going to be tending to help folks that are either living in that area or live outside the city. I think that is the nexus between what got approved and what did not get approved. But we thank you both for calling in. Mr. Matthews, thank you. I will certainly, because I now have some new time in my schedule, plan on visiting y'all during the fall session. And so we'll work out some times. Hopefully that can be of service, including with some of our agencies up there during the committee portion. And we just continue, but we appreciate your continued advocacy on behalf of this.
Absolutely. We look forward to having you in Tallahassee, Mayor.
All right, very good. So we are, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Shepherd, I just almost forgot. I know that you wanted to speak on this item. You'd like to come forward up to the lectern right here. Okay, great. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Donald Shepherd. I'm People's Representative, and I was at the meeting, I believe, and I do have the literature to prove that it was on the agenda. And I think that Mr. Scott needs to take this to court over this. He has the legal authority. And I also state that there have been multiple mistakes within the term limits of mayors and commissioners, and multiple mistakes made throughout our history of our mayors. This here is something that has been representation of placement of items on the agenda, the handling of meetings in the auditorium, the outlook of the residents of the city, or private residential housing and the rental housing overlooked. We have this money sitting at CRA, $40 million, but yet we have $9 million of GRU overcharge. All these bills overcharged. Simple things to be settled. And as I run for mayor next year, and I get into office, these things will be confronted first before I move on to my regular work of a mayor. These here, the gentleman that's here on the video, is, I believe, in effect of what is going on here. And if he is a player within this incidental items that are being placed, and the funds which are being placed to us, if he's a Democrat, we can understand it. But as a Republican and as a people's representative, I'm stating that there's a cleanup needed to be done within this coming year. And we only have to January 1st to get this cleaned up. I'm not seeing no movement toward that. Why are we making more bills when we don't have a balanced budget? Our budget is way skyrocketed high, and everybody knows the amount of that, but yet not stated what that budget has been, nor what items that we're going to remove from that item list. And so I think this is an inappropriate agenda, and I don't approve of it because of the placement, because of many
Thank you,
things
Mr.
here.
Shepherd.
Thank you.
Thank you, your time's up. Again, if anybody wants to go back and look at the last agenda, it clearly states next to the item removed. I don't know why on earth that is a point people want to argue with, but. Nick, you want to say anything? Good. Okay. All right. Thanks again, Mr. Matthews. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. We're on to our next item, which is Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Equal Opportunity Director interim appointment and search discussion. So the commission asked for this to be placed on this agenda, really to look at our path forward towards replacing an interim as well as a permanent new director of equity and inclusion. Anybody have some thoughts? Anybody want to start us out? Go ahead.
I do have one question. I think Barbell's on.
Barbell, you, Feldman?
So Mayor, Steve is on his way over. He had a problem hearing you, so he's walking over to the building now.
Okay.
Mayor, if you may, I just want to make you guys be aware of is that this is probably our last year extension on our contracts for lobbyists, because we extended it from last year. So we will be going out looking for state lobbyist firm as well as the federal lobbyist firm. Extended the contract last year.
That'll come back on an agenda, right?
It will. I just want to let you know that because you are going down that path. I just want to let you know that.
Understood. Very good. Okay, thank you. Mr. Barbell, you want to maybe take the lectern? Just or the table, either way. Just folks viewing, it's easier for them to.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure what the rules were, and it was really difficult to hear the comments outside of the mayor through the virtual meeting.
I have that teacher's voice, that booming teacher's voice. Take the teacher out of class.
Everybody was using their indoor voices, so.
We will actually take note of that. If everyone could just project a little bit more, if at all possible, that'd be appreciated.
Where are the mics?
It could be my hearing too, though.
I'm sure it's good. We can always work to keep that. Okay, so Steve Barbell, our interim HR director. Do you have any thoughts? I mean, I think the original discussion, I remember at least distinctly, Commissioner Johnson sort of bifurcating a temporary director of equity inclusion versus an interim, which is sort of a more formal and longer term, basically, until we find a permanent replacement. And so, I do know when we've gone out for other charter officer interims, we put a bit of a call out asking for folks that are interested in filling the position on an interim basis to apply. And if that were the case, I think it would be helpful for the commission to sort of define what qualifications or experience we were looking for in anybody applying for that position. And then separately, whether we want to do it today or come back at another meeting to talk about the search process for a permanent director of equity and inclusion. If folks are ready to talk about that today, then that would be helpful, I think, to HR, so they can start preparing that search. If we're not, we would certainly want to schedule that as close to after break as we can, so we can. That is a lengthy process, as we all know. So, Mr. Barbell, any thoughts that you just as far as helping guide the commission at this time?
Well, sure. And that's kind of how I set this agenda item up, is kind of a bifurcated. Let's talk about how you all would like to go about doing more formal interim appointment, if that's a choice of the commission. And then I kind of want to try to be a little proactive. We have 4 search firms that have gone through a competitive process. And we can assign a task assignment to one of those 4 firms. What I'd like to do is so that you have some better information to make that choice on which search firm works for the commission, because this is your hiring process. We are facilitating it. Ask each of them to provide a proposal specific to this search so that you all can review them and then choose the firms that you think will generate the most positive outcome, which begins with a qualified diverse candidate pool and ultimately with the selection of a candidate that 7 people can agree on. So That's kind of what the two things I'd like to get some direction on. It seemed to me like a reasonable approach to get started. If there are some specific things you'd like those search firms to address in their proposals to you, let us know, and we will specifically ask them to make sure that their proposals for this search includes, for instance, I recall watching the initial discussion about that there was a discussion about neighbor engagement as part of the beginning of the selection process, as opposed to what we have traditionally done, have the meet and greet right at the end. Very little time for those neighbors to give input to the commission. But I don't know if that's something that you all are adamant in having. Yes.
When we first had this conversation, I thought that we talked about having the same process for the interim as we had for the interim director of equity and inclusion that we have for the interim city manager. I thought that's the direction that we gave, and maybe
I think it was insinuated. I don't know if it's explicit. And so that's something I definitely like us to decide and agree on today. Because if that's the case, then Steve can go out and sort of publicize that and get it going.
I would like to get that going.
Yeah.
It was my hope that right after that meeting, we would have had something out there, but that.
Yeah, I don't think we were explicit enough there.
Yeah, you put everything in a motion, huh? So,
Yeah, we share the same understanding.
Yeah.
That was my explicit understanding.
Yeah, so here we are. And as to the search, I think we actually need an entire overhaul of our system and the way that we approach hiring our charter officers. And I think that's going to take some time for us to think through. And I'm not comfortable moving forward with a search for any charter officer at this point until we have some conversations between us about some of the challenges that we've had in the past and how we can approach those challenges, because I think we all know kind of what they were like. Commissioner Ward said the last time there really wasn't enough time in between when we were, and you expressed it multiple times, there wasn't enough time for us to, vet some of the candidates on our own. Like, we need to really think about this individually and then come together collectively. And then I think we need an entire separate process, and that requires another meeting. So I'm not comfortable moving forward with the search for director of equity and inclusion until we have that process for all of our city charters laid out. So I would just move that we go ahead and advertise for an interim director of equity and inclusion amongst what we talked about was being internal
or former employees.
Yep.
That's what I remember hearing.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's the move.
Okay, motion is second to have HR advertise for interim director of equity and inclusion. That would include internal candidates as well as former city employees. Do we want to expand that to, say, former county employees, just to broaden the pool, or you want to get city of Gainesville specific? Just some questions to think about. The broader the pool, the more sort of variety or diversity of applicants we might have.
I think I was looking for someone that is very familiar with the city and our processes and our challenges.
Okay.
So that's why it was important to me to have somebody that has worked in the city or is working or has worked in the city.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, Brent.
Thank you, sir. So before all of that, did we ever finish the job audit on this position?
It was submitted to the commission April 22nd, which actually leads to it included a redlined job description that, I'll be honest with you, there's 7 people that are the supervisor of that individual, and typically the supervisor signs off on the final job description. So it's kind of new for me, Mr. Mayor. So and I think as part of the discussion on how you want to proceed, finalizing a job description would be a good part of that process. Because the job is different than what's described in the job charter now. And the charter is kind of not as easy to modify as we know. but finalizing a job description would be, and I will be more than happy to resend that to all 7 commissioners so they can start kind of writing in the margins and making sure that it's consistent with the forward-looking duties of the job. So
while we, thank you, Mr. Rebel. So while we do want to move forward with the interim today, or at least what the search process will look like, I think before we put out any advertisement for the permanent position, that needs to be signed off and set. I don't know if you want to wait for that process for the interim. I don't mind going forward with the interim search, not having that ready. If we have like a draft version of that go out with the interim search, I'd be comfortable with that, but I want it finalized for the permanent position so that folks know what the job is, know what the expectations are, know what the pay is for this level of work. And so that's all understood clearly prior to us getting any applicants or choosing someone. So that would be my one ask out of this process, that we have that settled and clearly spelled out prior to starting that process.
So Commissioner, maybe add to your motion, the commission consider and approve a final version of the job description to proceed going out and advertising and recruiting for the permanent replacement. So we'll kind of do those in parallel. Does that sound reasonable?
I think so, as long as we're not moving forward with the permanent.
No, we wouldn't be able to until we finalize that job description.
Yeah.
We'll have to have that to go.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You okay with that, Commissioner?
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll add that to the motion as well. Yeah.
I have a question. In terms of the firms that Mr. Barville was mentioning, are the firms going to be engaged in this initial part of this process, that all that happens at the later?
This will be
at the latter? Okay,
This will go through HR.
okay, all right, because just for purposes of transparency, I have some concerns about the firms, and I just want to make sure that that's known at this point in the event that we needed to address that now. But if it doesn't need to be taken out, then we won't worry about it until that time. But
Yeah, I think your concern will be addressed through the process question that Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Arioli, you have your hand up a second.
Yeah, but I think you may have answered my question. Broadening the pool to county, because Gainesville, Letcher County people will work at the city and then they'll go elsewhere, vice versa, go across New York and all that. So just saying former city employees, anybody who's ever had a job at the city who currently works anywhere else could apply. So I think that's broad enough.
Okay, Commissioner Summers.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess on the timing, do you want it at our first meeting, get back in July, or the second? Or we only have to come back to July 17th, like that?
Yeah. We're kind of in a transition from NeoGov to Workday. So the first day we'll be able to post an external will be the 28th of June. It'll be ready to go out. Considering there's a holiday, you probably want to leave that open for external consideration, at least through the week after the holiday, to get letters of interest. I assume it's one of the things that the commission would like to consider. Do you want them to supply a resume or any? I mean, that's typically what we would do for something like this, but at minimum, a letter of interest. And we would just bundle them and send them out to all 7 of you. And include them as backup, obviously, as part of the discussion, but it's going to have to capture external. We're going to have to use kind of our normal job posting and just clearly articulate that the opportunity is open to former city, county, or government employees, or whatever you all decide. Internally, we'll take advantage of using our internal communication tools. That would be GRU Daily and Inside GNV, and that will capture any potential internal candidate who's interested. It's the posting and kind of find a way to clearly articulate who is eligible to show interest outside of just anybody who goes on the website.
So I do think you probably should at least put it out for 2 weeks. And then also, I do think I do want resumes, so it's a letter of interest or cover letter. whatever we kind of normally do. I don't know if the preference at this point or not, but.
Mr. Ward? Mayor, so, yeah, I think we need to have it open for at least 2 weeks. Even for the people in the building, to be able to look at it and say, yes, that's something I'm interested in, or, because there's some folks, I'm sure who are thinking about it, that will want to see what the detail looks like before they actually step out and say, yes, on paper. So at least 2 weeks, and then when did you say you could post that by?
May 26th.
That's a Sunday. Sunday, rather.
I'm sorry, June 28th. Did I say 26th? I meant 28th. I'm sorry.
So 28. So if you had that open, if you posted it on the 28th, you feel comfortable that I'm not sure that's enough time for you to close it out, compile whatever comes in, and get it to us in time to read by the 15th and be ready to make a decision. I would prefer to give everybody some breathing room and consider that on August 5th, which is the following. That gives people a couple of weeks to decide whether or not they want to apply and put in the best foot forward with a letter and a CV. And then it gives HR some time to compile, and it gives us time to read and talk to.
Yeah, and Ms. Warren is completely capable of keeping that ship sailing for whatever period of time we need.
I'm very comfortable with her.
We don't have a crisis or anything like that, so she's doing great. Yeah, because when the first week's the Independence Day holiday, that's sort of a wash. That's not when people are going to be looking for applying for jobs. So leaving it open a little bit longer and then making our decision a little bit later too.
And this is not a short-term interim position we're looking for. We're clearly going to take some time before we close out for.
Yeah, they'll be there well.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with August, but as to what material, I don't necessarily want letters of reference, but list 3 or 5 folks that I could call out as a community and ask about their experience, or especially for this position, I'd like to know what your capacity is with your experiences and what folks have to say about your integrity. So I'd like to be able to call up a handful of references at least for myself. If nobody else wants to, that's fine, but to have maybe 3 or 5 references, email or phone, that would be contact. And I think that makes it a little less burdensome. You can just have to list folks. You don't have to wait for the letter to get back.
I think we just put, please list, include CV or resume with a minimum of 3 references.
And they can choose with their personal professional, correct?
Yeah, and I think we can call up and say to the applicant, if they're all personal, we could call up and say, I really need a professional reference. Is there somebody you can give me? And all I would say is if they do that, share it with the whole commission, so we all have the same references to contact.
I do know one question we'll get invariably when we post an interim is that an individual who is interested would they be also considered when the next process comes out?
Would they be eligible for the permanent job?
Yes.
Yeah, we should decide that today. I've argued that both ways. Here's my opinion on it. It can be both a help and a hindrance to the person applying. It's not necessarily an advantage or a disadvantage. And so I always like to leave it open that if a person who wants to be the interim does feel like they want to apply for a full-time job, do it. It might help you. It might hurt you. It can work both ways. And so, leave it up to them, but not make that a disqualifying factor. Sure.
I agree with everything the mayor just said. I would just add the caveat, anybody watching who's thinking of applying, I will want to know, as I would want to know that. So that's just, as you said, better or worse, I would want to know for anybody applying, so they have their minds made up when they apply, whether they're interested or not. Like you said, not a preclusion of any future decisions, but it's something that I, as a commissioner, want to know for certain.
anybody have a different opinion? I mean, I want to make sure that we agree that that's okay. If you don't agree with that, make a case.
It should be open, but I also am not, I'm not going to take your perspective, David. You might not know whether or not you want to apply until you're in the job. So I wouldn't expect if somebody changes their mind that I wouldn't hold it against them.
Yeah, you might think you do, and then you change your mind. You might think you don't, and like, I love this.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I get that.
There are 2 parties taking the test drive,
No,
as
no,
they say.
Yeah, we all, everybody has a different sort of, everybody has different goalposts on that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna, I agree with Commissioner Johnson on the same boat as that. I think people change their mind.
Yes.
I'm kind of looking further down the road when we look to hire for the permanent position. This is very specialized work. And there are really not a whole lot of people who do this. So while I know we're looking internally for this interim portion, when we move to do this for the long haul, I'm sure we're going to open this up for a much broader pool of people with this detailed and specialized experience so that they too can apply.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it'll be a national search, an aggressive national search. And it will really depend on how clear we are in the job description. I mean, I think that's going to determine the pool of candidates we get, as well as how we sort of recruit and publicize. But we want people to know exactly what they're going to be expected to do when they get here. See that job description. So yeah. We'll try to reach far and wide for that. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to proceed with advertising for the interim position. The parameters will be anybody who either currently or in the past has worked for the city of Gainesville. We will begin advertising that on the 28th of June for a period of 2 weeks, and then bring those applicants back to the city commission meeting on August, what was it? Well, I'm just gonna say, all of you need to work with your EAs to schedule personal interviews and all that stuff. That's okay. That'll be on you and your EA to find time to do that. And then we didn't schedule a date. We will come back at a future GPC meeting to discuss the job description for the permanent director and the search process for that as well. That'll be a whole separate discussion. Everybody clear on the motion? Okay, let's go to any members of the public that wish to speak to the motion, and Adam, we'll start with you.
Excellent, Mr. Mayor. We do have one caller who wants to make a comment on this agenda item. Mr. Brian O'Brien, you have 3 minutes. Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, Adam?
Yep. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate the opportunity to address the commission today and the folks at home. You know, this is really nonsensical. The fellow sitting at the end of that table has run off the current excellent EO director, and to let him rig the search for the new director is just ridiculous. I really would like to strenuously object to this process of creating a double layered with two expensive searches for an interim and then a final EO director. That is a ridiculous approach. Sylvie Thomas is doing a fine job, and she could run the office until you get a search for the full-time new officer. The idea that Steve Varvel, who is not the HR director, is going to run this for Mr. Poe is further evidence of the continual tampering of the city to rig the scheme so that he can execute it and get the person he wants in the job. Barbell, you ought to go find somebody to fill the HR job first and do things, in a proper fashion, not let the interim guy who Poe is stuck in there rig the interim EO office. I mean, the whole thing is a house of cards that's falling apart. Get your house in order, commissioners, and face the music that the town is up against, these financial problems, and quit rigging the system, Poe.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. We do have another caller who just jumped on. I believe it is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes. Mr. Scott. Nope, Mr. Scott dropped. We have another caller who I'll screen online. Would you introduce yourself? And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Armando Grundy Gomez. I guess I just have a question about who's going to control this process. For me, I guess we're turning it over to HR, who's in it, but hence by proxy, since Human Resources answers to the city manager, and the city manager was involved, according to the last director who just resigned because of this process. Why would you turn this over to that process? You need to have somebody that's independent of this and making sure it's not controlled by the city manager. And I guess the other question I would ask, Mr. Mayor, is why are none of the commissioners, what is the problem with Sylvia, who's there now, who your last director said was highly qualified, highly recommended, has institutional knowledge, has been there before. Are there not anyone that's there that has unrealistic expectations of what this office is to do? Because it just gives the appearance by many of us in the public who are very supportive of Tanisha Marshall and Sylvia that there's an appearance to want to gut this office and make it of non-effect. So I don't know whether Commissioner Duncan Walker, Commissioner Johnson, or anyone has anything to say about that, but this office needs to be supported. It's charterly there and it needs to be strengthened with a strong director. Sylvia is there. You need to support Sylvia. What is the problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy Gomez. Mr. Mayor, that is our last caller. The floor is yours.
So let's be clear, this process is being directed by the commission, not by anybody else. We are very grateful for Ms. Warren's guidance so far. She is absolutely invited if she is interested in applying for the interim position. That's her choice. We will not force her to do anything she doesn't want to do. And to Mr. O'Brien's comments, I cannot direct anybody to do anything. All right. I don't put people in positions. I don't do anything on my own. This process in the sunshine, in very public meetings, has been completely conducted by the entire commission. That is the reason we are here today having this discussion. We very cooperatively and affirmatively work together to figure out a way forward and a process, and that is exactly what we are supposed to do. I don't know where the misunderstanding about how our form of government actually functions and works happened, but the mayor has no authority to direct anybody to do anything, to appoint anybody. I work as one of 7 members of this commission put here by the voters to execute the charter of our city, and that is exactly what we're doing right now. With that, I'll turn to anybody in chambers that wishes to speak to the motion, which is to basically move forward with a process for appointing both their interim and eventually a permanent director of equity and inclusion. Mr. Shepherd.
Hey, Tom Shepherd, People's Representative, and I'm gonna suggest that y'all cancel this right now because you're opening up nationally, as you stated. Also, opening up to nationally, you got Lauren Ingram, who is a TV show. You got Hannity, a TV show. You got Tucker Carlson, a TV show, and you're opening this to the national. So this is going on national TV. What's going on here in Gainesville? Do you really want to do that? We have unexperienced people in office that have handled the HR, and it exclusively has been showed in the years. So thank you. If you want to make this national, thank you, because this here needs to be going on nationally, because public record isn't doing nothing. The people are doing nothing. They say they don't want higher electric bills. They say they don't want more expenses on their taxes and so on, but they're doing nothing because they're not here. They're not coming to the commission and giving their opinions. So those people that are out there are saying, well, complaining about this and that. No, that needs to stop. We need it to come here. And thanks to the mayor and this commission and this gentleman, Steve Garvell, who has opened it up in the human resource. This here is going to take and go nationally. And you just opened the door, Pandora box that my wife has been writing about every transaction that goes on here. She has the paperwork of the agendas that I provide when I come home. And she's taking literature from that and putting it in her letters to take it, reenact against the going-ons in this city. This here has been an exclusion and needs to happen. Now, we need to have these TV shows come here and take it, make this a national event, so that we, the people, they can get some recognition, because 50 years has gone by and we have many mayors, many commissioners that stand in the seats, sit in these seats and haven't done nothing to represent the people. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room here that wishes to speak to the motion? Okay, back to the commission. Mr. Robel, you need clarification based on what we just did. You good?
I do have one question.
Sure.
These, we're not there yet, but just to know what we have yet. How do we pick these firms and how did we come to have these firms, these four?
So the HR department, along with GRU, did a competitive process so that there would be a pool of search firms that they could use in the event they needed to try and create some efficiencies. It used to be, oh, we need a search firm. Oh, now we have to go through the procurement process. That can be 90 days, and then you finally engage one. So what they thought would make sense from an efficiency standpoint to qualify some firms, but no single firm is promised a rotation. It's really based on the type of position and the needs. I included those because they're already under contract. It would be a task assignment, but that doesn't preclude a completely different procurement process to get cast a wider net. And there may be firms out there that are specialized in this type of search. IT is one where there are specialized firms. That's what they do. And if you want to ensure the best pool of candidates and a successful outcome, you tend to go to those type of firms. And yes, they tend to have a pool of candidates ready to go because they already know they're willing to relocate and all these type of things. And I will tell you, they can do things that HR can't do. They can go out, take a look at the entire universe of people who do this work and try and drum up some excitement to come to Gainesville. That is difficult for us to do without looking like pre-selecting. We can ask, we'd really like to see you apply. But that's what they do every day. And some of them do it very well, and some of them do it better than others. So you're not limited to those four. It just would make the process a little bit longer, but that can start at any point the commission wants.
I have a question. And if
it's really for Commissioner Johnson, and it kind of brings us back to the beginning, where I just want to make sure that I'm here. What is your greatest concern in terms of not just simply allowing the young lady who's serving in the position now, Sylvia, to sit there until we're ready to do the permanent hiring? What is your?
I actually don't. It's more about process for me. And I wanted to make sure that there was an opportunity for everybody in the city to have the opportunity to apply for that. I am personally happy with the job that Sylvia is doing, and I've had the opportunity to talk to her, which I had not before, right? So I have not, and I didn't want to talk to her before we made the decision. It just didn't feel right to me to do that. So it was really about me understanding, you know, her vision for the office, and me expressing to her what my vision for the office is, and understanding that she would be able to carry that out. And that would be of her, and it would be of anybody that would apply. So for everybody listening, and you know, for you asking me the question directly, it's more about the process for me. I'm super uncomfortable with anything where we just don't have it, where it's not open, and we don't give everyone the opportunity. You know, even if I might prefer someone else, everybody has to have the opportunity, and I want everybody to have the opportunity.
If you don't mind, would just like to say to that, I get it. And you and I are very similar and share the same sentiment in terms of engagement and wanting to make things open to people. My concern is that Sylvia possesses the experience, and for purposes of continuity at this point in the process, I am afraid and even a little uncomfortable with possibly bringing in someone else who's not going to be able to continue the work that's already in process, who doesn't have that specialized skill or experience that we need in this very critical office. I hear you, but that's a very serious concern for me. And I think I'm more comfortable opening it up to a broader search when it's time to fill the permanent position, as opposed to this interim moment right now, just for purposes of continuity and being able to keep the flow. Someone from the outside who doesn't know the work, doesn't know the office, I just don't know what they would do, and that makes me nervous.
Sorry, did you conclude?
I'm done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. This is just me offering, because I really appreciate the openness of the conversation right now. I wasn't saying anything, but I think for one thing, I think that's something that we got to do a better job of, is having these kinds of open conversations. The reason why I decided when you presented your motion to refer to an acting position is specifically for the process, because I do concur that there needs to be a more deliberative process for how we select charters, and because we don't have even a certainty, this is going to end with no certainty as to when and how we're going to select a permanent job, and the interim job could last for a period of time. And so I wanted there to be a deliberative process as we choose the interim, because we're going to do that for the permanent. So for me, it had nothing to do with the acting position. It just had to do with the fact that by doing that, we are now allowing for additional process that's taking place today, which would not have occurred had we not made that change. So that I just wanted to explain that, not that you asked.
Yeah, and it's there's valid points, I think, going about it both ways. There's, I've seen good organizations do it both. For me, I like to give our employees an opportunity. We've got a lot of incredible folks, highly motivated, do great work for the organization. Give them a chance to sort of make a case to us why they might be the right person. So some of the factors that you mentioned, including continuity, those are important. So someone that might significantly disrupt that continuity, that might be, a strike against them. But they might have other experience or talents or abilities that we wouldn't know about otherwise unless we talked to folks. So that's, when we did this last, I was just so pleased with the sort of pool of internal folks that were interested and motivated. And I think for me, as someone making a hiring decision, really made me think about, what are folks bringing to the position and how might that benefit the organization. So, I just, for me, it's always better to have some choices and know what's out there. But I will be very disappointed if Ms. Warren does not put her name in the hat as one of those potential candidates. I will be very disappointed if she's not one of those names for a lot of reasons. Okay, well, let's go ahead and move forward with the vote so we can get Mr. Marvell working to get this out. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion, nay? No? Okay, that motion passes 6-1 with Duncan Walker in dissent. Thank you, Mr. Marvell. Appreciate you walking over. All right, up next we have Commissioner Ariola's item, Nature's First Policies.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. So the reason I wanted us to be upstairs is because y'all would have to turn around to look at me. I think better on my feet. So I'm sorry that you have to turn. But I'm really excited about the presentation that we have put together here. Before I go, I'm just going to minimize my thumbnail. Zoom is always an impediment. But really quickly, before I get started, I want to give credit where it's due. This 16-point plan was put together by some really great research by some really fantastic interns and the clerk's research fellow. So Daniela Arango, who's here with us, she's going to help me with a couple of ideas that she has been working on. There's a couple of slides later at the end. And of course, Jess Hernandez, and you all know Morgan Spicer. Just really fantastic research that really helped inform some of these things. But I'm going to keep it concise because I just want to get to the point, because a lot of the stuff that we're doing around nature policies is already happening. So let's just start. So why make nature policies? I think everybody here can agree that nature supporting all the essentials to life is probably the best place to start. It is a rational idea that governments should have policies that affect nature because it's all of our environment, and nature does not recognize the boundaries that we as humans set forth, whether it be political boundaries, educational, whatever it is. But our effect directly affects, the government directly affects how the environment either proceeds or not. And right now we have a really dire situation. I'm going to try and not to lecture you all on the dangers of climate change. I imagine you are all versed on it. But it's getting to the point where like every single year, a new species on Earth is disappearing and no one knows why. So manatees are disappearing and they can't say why manatees are dying off. This is happening all around the world. So many different ecosystems are completely collapsing and nobody is acting like our planet isn't on fire. We're all just saying it's happening. State of Florida is doing almost nothing. There's no holistic national policy direction to mitigate climate change. President Biden has proclaimed a 50% CO2 emission reduction, and the international reports are binding, but not to Congress and individual states. Some states are passing more holistic policy, some states aren't. That's not good enough. It's just not good enough, and it isn't good enough to direct cities. It isn't good enough to tell us what we should do. So I think we have to come up with our own ideas. And in Gainesville, that's what we do. We've got a great track record of some really original and fantastic ideas. And we're good at making our own local decisions. So before I launch into my points, I want to emphasize that we're going to need to really educate people about these practices. So that's going to see, you're going to see there's a huge emphasis on educational initiatives, because I understand that there is a concentrated, and has been since the early 1970s, concentrated misinformation campaigns to get people to not pay attention to this and to not think that climate change is real, and to not think that they can do anything about it. I hear that all the time from people who don't understand the issue. They just say, well, even if all this is true, what can we do about it? And defeatism is not in my vocabulary. So the way that I envision these policies passing, I want the recommendations to come back from charter offices for how we achieve these goals. Some of it will be ordinance, some of it will be policy changes, but we're going to get all that from our charter offices at the end. So we're going to dive right into it. I am compiling a full document, but I need y'all's input to begin to ideate how some of these things become specific. So we're just going to start. Number one, we need to standardize high performance energy standards for pre-existing government buildings. There are probably assessments that we can look at that have already been completed, or we're going to need to conduct new assessments because it's easy to build a new building up to code. It's harder to go and retrofit one. So we're going to have to figure out how that is accomplished, and I have every confidence that we can get a strong recommendation from our officers on how to achieve that. Number two, all new government buildings achieve net zero carbon emissions. This can be achieved using post dates, and we've got some really good work going in the zero waste subcommittee where we're talking about different materials. And I know we just heard from the state lobbyist that the state has taken an interest to this. So we will have to really look very closely at what the state allows us to do that hasn't been preempted, but there's a lot of data out there that can help us. And the EPA is always there to help. And I would say we have an administration now who actually believes in the EPA, which is a huge step forward from where we were just a little while ago. Number four, I got tired of saying 100% renewable energy, so we're going to call it the Gainesville Clean Energy Guarantee, where all new government energy production will be clean energy, unless a renewable alternative does not exist. And I put that there because I want people to understand that in Florida, there are natural limitations that, we can't, wind power isn't going to work in Florida. Like there are things that we just can't do that other places can do. So, and I think that's important to educate people on, but there are options. We have moved forward. We're the number one city in the state for renewable energy. So I think we can have that leadership. So thank you all for that. Number five, sustainable industrial practice incentive plan. I think there's a lot of opportunity here for us to offer incentives to construction companies and contractors so that they can have a economic reason beyond just the fact that this is how they should be building things in the future to create a sustainable industry and in the construction of buildings. And the U.S. Department of Energy speaks to that a lot, and I think that there's something that we can do here quite effectively, especially since in the last few years, especially since I've been commissioner, our planning and permit department and all of that has just gotten such a supercharge of not just talent, but the work that we've given them. They're very much on the forefront of things. So number six, guaranteed access to residential weatherization. We talked a little bit about this in the conversation about the American Rescue Plan. And what I really want us to think about is not just providing funding with American Rescue Plan dollars, but how can we make it so that all of these things, whether it's access to materials, whether it's access to someone actually doing the weatherization themselves, or whether it's someone who just wants a consultation and they're going to go figure it out on their own. I want there to be options for people to figure out how to weatherize their home. And I think that we can provide a lot of leadership there, especially since with our renters' rights ordinance and with a lot of the work that we're already doing, I think we're already moving in that direction. living wage for all government contracts. This is a big part of any movement, I think. I don't want anyone to get paid under a living wage, and we've already given that direction, so y'all are awesome. Collaborative sustainable job training plan. This is going to be a little bit more of a collaboration with partnerships, because the city doesn't do job training per se. I mean, we have programs that we assist with, and we help our employees get trained for their for promotions. At least I'd like for us to have a lot of employee training. But I think that we can work with, I mentioned the SBAC Vocational Job Training Advisory Board. There were owners of businesses that were there who said that they can't hire the people that they need for specialized jobs that are paying really, really well. So people are trying to get back to work. There is a dearth of jobs available. The last time I spoke with Eric Godet from the chamber, he said there were 10,000 jobs available in Alachua County. And a lot of the reason why people aren't filling those jobs is not because of what you hear on TV. It's because those are jobs that actually pay really well and need a lot of training to get. And people want to move into those jobs. So I think we need to plan to fill in that employment. And the emphasis should also be on how to create jobs for the future, because we're going to see a lot of different changes in industries as technology develops. And so we need to be nimble in that front. And I think the best way to be nimble is to have strong partners like Santa Fe, like the SBAC, and great work is already happening there. Guaranteed education on conservation and sustainability topics in schools and the community at large. This is another lift for partnership and collaboration. We have to educate the next generation on the task before us. And we don't have curriculum authority as a Gainesville City Commission, but we have begun what I believe to be really strong intergovernmental partnerships with the school board and with the county. And I think that anything is possible, and I want to make sure that this is included, because if we don't have, not just for school-age children, but for the community at large, a way for people to understand the importance of the challenge that we're facing, we're just going to find ourselves running up the same hill that we have been for the last 50 years. And I don't think that's the situation that any of us want. So the next few, we're going to talk a little bit more about how you get that inclusion. I think we're at a point right now where a lot of this information is being championed by environmental justice activists. And so I think that it's important to include those leaders and those thinkers in decision-making processes, because as we talk about a lot, especially when we talk about renewable energy with GRU, we talk about how technology is changing and we don't have everything in front of us. And sometimes we'll be on the bleeding edge, sometimes we're not on the bleeding edge. Those kinds of questions are going to go on and on and on and on in perpetuity, whether or not the billionaires at Tesla figure out the Hyperloop or whatever technology they're figuring out. We're always going to have a new decision made about new technology. And I want to make sure that we have, from the get-go, inclusion of the community, and particularly activists who have been championing this for so long. It just makes sense to me when you think about it from that perspective. This one, I think it goes without saying, we obviously champion our pedestrian bicycle accessibility, but we need to start wrapping our heads around how we reduce our usage of the automobile. To the point, I know friends of mine who, they know exactly how much carbon they are emitting when they travel from one place to another with their vehicle, and it seems almost silly that you would ever imagine that, but that's the level that some people are thinking about their impact on the environment, because we don't have a future without a planet. And if it means that we got to reduce our driving, then so be it. Cars have only been around for so long, and it makes no sense why we should always have to rely on them all the time. This is a nod to the fact that every single decision that we're going to make is going to have to go through the robust analysis of racial equity, because there's just, in my view, there is no way to make these policies real enough for the people that are being impacted by climate change unless we are thinking about those who are being the most impacted by climate change. And we've already set about that work. And you know, thankfully, and these are the effects when we set out to make this new office. These were the types of effect. Every sort of idea that we can come up with, you can apply this type of thinking and get better results out of policy, more impactful results for everybody. So I just wanted to include that in my points. Are we at 15 and 16 now? Yeah, we're at 15 and 16. You want to take over?
Okay, so these last two weren't specifically like only my ideas that I had, but so we could share a little bit. So number 15 on the plan is to create a circular economic plan, which is basically just the idea of rather things being created from cradle to grave. It's like cradle to cradle. So things that are used in one creation of an item can then be recycled and actually be put back into the economy. So that would alleviate a lot of waste issues and wastage as in like garbage, and also like over consumption of like the way that we are socialized to act. And one of the fundamental steps towards this is education, because a lot of people don't understand that that's even possible, because we've all grown up in a way that kind of just teaches us to buy and throw away right after, rather than thinking, what can I do with this when I'm done? We don't go to the store and say, after I buy this carton of milk, what am I going to do with the carton? You just automatically think it's going to go in the trash, and that's not the way that it should be. Local businesses like the Repurpose Project already hold values in a circular economy. That's a very good example of what an element of a circular economy would be. And number 16, guaranteed preservation and inclusion of Black neighborhoods. We will be holding a environmental town hall at the Cade Museum on July 7th from 3 to 5 p.m. And the purpose of that is to collect anecdotes and just community opinions, so that people can have their own like real things that they see in their community, environmental issues like lack of sewage, lack of being able to connect to GRU, things like that, rather than just having, you know, us sit down and write it and not consider the community. That will be a good example of hosting a listening community session so that everyone's opinions are taken into consideration. And we motion that the City Commission directs all charter offices to review this 16-point plan, which I now realize is only 15 points because number 3 didn't exist, and return with recommendations within 90 days. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
It started as 17 or 18.
Yeah.
And, you know, so that's my bad. That's a motion. Can I get a second?
No second right now. It sounds like there's follow-up questions and interest in conversation before voting on. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Keep going first, okay. So while I agree with the intent of all of these, a lot of them give me pause and concern and outright anxiety. Because the list that we have printed is actually wrong. It's not in the right numerical order that was presented. And we don't have access to that one, so I don't know the exact number. But things like retrofitting all of our buildings to be net carbon zero emission. That's going to take a lot of money, and I'm still anxious about our budget meetings that we've had, much less the ones that we have in the future. So I don't know if we have. It's not to say that it is not important, that it shouldn't be a priority. It's just a matter of, do we have the millions of dollars it's going to take to retrofit all of our buildings to meet this standard? And I'm not even going to bother asking Mr. Feldman. I know we don't have that in any budget going forward. There are some projects that projects they presented that we could apply for funding at the state or national level, but those are never guaranteed. It would be in the position to get 100% of the projects completed. I worry a lot about that. I don't want us to put our seal of approval behind this and people say, oh, look, Painesville's going to do this and then not follow through. Because then that just makes everyone look bad. It shows that we talk big, then don't actually follow through on it. I think that matters. And I don't want to tell our charters, figure out how to do this, because I feel like most of them are going to come back with, well, we need money. My other concern is making sure, requiring that any policy with environmental impact or adjacent have to go through the equity toolkit. How it was explained to me is the equity toolkit is the biggest plan or the biggest process we could go through to analyze something, and it could take months. If we have to do that for every single policy, I don't know if that office can handle all of it at the same time. So for example, all of these 16 points would have to go through them to have to go through the equity toolkit. I don't know if they could handle that within a year, given how much it takes for each one. So those are just my concerns on viability. I agree with them all in spirit. I just don't know how well they could be executed given limitation of people power and funding.
Thank you. Anybody else? Good. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Commissioner Ariola, for bringing forward. I agree with all of them. My biggest concern was the 90 days. These are big, massive policy issues, every single one of them. And I don't know if we can get that good product within 90 days on all of these, plus having them all do other jobs. I don't think we have the resources to be able to do that. Is my biggest concern. Yeah, I don't think we can. We'll get that correct. I don't want that to get better than that. There is one other thing I would like for us to consider if we decide. I think we should have the guaranteed right to housing where you want to live. Your point about people driving and all that. I mean, people being able to live where they want to live, close to where they want to go, is one of the biggest impacts we can do as a city. Getting people out of their cars, and if they can walk to their jobs, they can bike their jobs, they can get good transit to jobs. That has one of the biggest impacts to climate change. And land use policies, when you look at them, that is where we have looking at the data, where can we as a city and our policies we can pass that will have the biggest impact on climate change. That's where it is. I do have one concern on the guaranteed weatherization of all residential buildings in the city. I think I think it's probably too far. I guess on to that is private. These all cost money, and really looking at like what is a prioritization of what we'll have. I guess where I would want to look at where prioritization of what will have the most impact on climate change, and kind of heading things in that direction. And figuring out where we can best put our resources. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David, thank you for putting this together, and thank you to the other folks who were involved in it. When I looked at this on the agenda, my first thought was, how many staff members do we need to hire to bring this together? To make this a thing, because this is, and if we don't have to hire them, what jobs are they not going to do to wrangle this? Because this is not something you can just say, okay, take 5 minutes out of your day to make sure this gets done. Second thing I thought when I looked at this on the agenda was, where's the backup? How do we work on this in our heads before we have a conversation about it? I think and I think everybody here is aware that the environmental issues are huge for me. They have been consistently. And you know here that we're already doing a lot of this. in one degree or another, some of it to a very high degree, but some of it, like number 3, guaranteed electrification of the state fleet. I can guarantee you that it's gonna happen. I can't tell you when it's gonna happen, but I know that GM and BMW are gonna, within the next like 7 or 8 years, they've already said they're not gonna, that at least half of their revenue is gonna come from electric vehicles. Other manufacturers have said they're gonna phase them out entirely by 2035. So I can guarantee you that's gonna happen, but can I guarantee you that we're gonna have a fleet of electric buses by the year? No, I can't. And we'd be disingenuous to say that we know what year that's gonna be. There isn't even enough. If we had the funding to do it this year, we can't get them. You know, they're just not out there yet, but they're in it takes a long time to produce because the economies of scale have not kicked in on production for those vehicles. Again, a lot of the stuff we're already doing. I would love us to commit to probably all of these, but we need time to work it out for ourselves, and then time to then have staff come back to us and tell us what a real timetable looks like. And doing that right now in the middle of budget and right before we go to recess is a challenge. At best, there is nothing on here that I don't think we all probably want to be behind. But where did I do a fair bit of reading on this and try to stay on top of things, but nature first is a new phrase for me.
It's not a phrase.
Okay.
It's trying to name any policy is kind of like a process unto itself.
Gotcha.
That isn't as important to me as the content. So I just decided to just scrap the names, just get rid of them. Their policies have to do with nature. I think people can put their heads around that.
Sure. That works for me. I'm just.
Good question.
Didn't know what I missed.
I ask myself this question every day for I don't know how many weeks. We had a whole brain trust going.
No, that's cool. We prioritize the same thing as Green New Deal when we did the priorities. We're all going to support this to some degree or another. I need time to get my head around packaging it all together. I'm not sure I want to package it all together. I think a lot of it we can. I've become a splitter and not a pumper. 4 years ago, I wanted to pump it all together. I wanted it to be things all in the package. But I'm afraid when we try to package everything, or try to package similar things together as a package, if it doesn't work, then it all fails. And we have missed some things over the last few years by trying to package things. And when we could have pick a low-hanging fruit, pretty consistent. Anyway, I appreciate the effort, and I want us to find a way to work on this. I don't have enough information to say we're going to commit to all this at once, because then somebody's going to rightly call and say, okay, what are you going to have to spend? And in 90 days, it's commit. So I don't know what direction to go from there, but that's just my thoughts all the time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, David, for putting all the time and effort into this. I agree with everything on this list, and it's also very ambitious. So, yeah. And so what I would, I agree with some of the comments that that everyone has made so far, and I'm wondering if you would be open to taking some of these one by one or two by two over the course of our general policy meetings over the course of the next year, so that we can really flush them out a little bit better. because I definitely, this does take a lot more backup, some, you know, some reading, some understanding, some wrapping our heads around. And also just a suggestion too, is that when I looked at this, I thought to myself, this is a resiliency and sustainability plan. So just a suggestion from the Brain Trust.
I should have.
But I like it, and I want us to continue exploring the ideas, but I can't wrap my head around all this at one time. But I love all the ideas, so I'd love to just discuss them over the course of the next few general policy meetings. Like literally, we can maybe decide right now, let's take this and this at the next one, or when do we have our next meeting?
Be right after the break.
Right after
And I've
break.
actually got some thoughts about that when we get to the commission comment.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go any longer, but I do want to find out if some of the folks that are joining us later, they're running a little bit late. Can we just put my item as the last agenda item? Before the house? Okay, thanks.
The other one's just a discussion with ourselves. So.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioner, yeah.
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. Beautiful presentation. I love all of the things that are on here. I concur with Commissioner Johnson. If we could take bite-sized pieces out of this, because I got so excited and overwhelmed at the same time as I was reading it. But I think they're all wonderful. And I think over a period of time, quite possibly doable. But I think we have to break them down in chunks.
Yeah, so thanks for everybody. It's some thoughts that came into my head. You know, so for a first step is, you know, we kind of see the asterisks next to some of these that we're addressing them in some way, shape, or form. I would like to get a sort of clear assessment of what we are currently doing and what is left to be done in each of those categories. And we've seen presentations like this before from our staff, like we're 5% done or 60%, you know, like, you know, and that, I think that would help us make better decisions. We should say, okay, we're 80% the way there, and let's knock that one out and get it done. Whereas this one, we haven't even started to think about what to do, you know, and always that front end is so much harder. So what are we doing? What is left to be done? A cost benefit analysis of each. I mean, I think I heard that in it's the economist to me. I heard that in different verbiage from all of you, I think, but, you know, we have to understand the return we're going to get for certain investments of city staff time, of public dollars, of leveraging private organizations and individuals, and how they can help. So that cost benefit analysis of each. There also may be a way. So I've been approached, I think many of you probably been approached from different individuals or organizations that say, you know, commit to being a net zero community, you know, something to that effect. And in doing so, there are organizations that will come in and do the analysis for you. Like they'll come and say, to get there, here's what you need to do. And it could be a combination of things, like you need to plant a bunch more trees, or you know, if you can increase your transit ride share by 5%, you know, you get this much, you know, return on that. I guess where I'm going with that is that if we think about agreeing to, like, you know, what is our ultimate goal? And I don't necessarily know that our ultimate goal is 16 separate individual goals. I think it's, you know, we want to have as minimal of an impact on climate change and as positive of an impact on our community environment, in Commissioner Johnson's words, as sustainability and resiliency as possible. So maybe we define it that way, and then we challenge our staff and our community to tell us the steps we need to do to get there. So that's just a thought. I mean, it's kind of going at it from, you know, sort of from the top of the funnel versus the bottom. But and then I think a really important question is, for me, what do we do in isolation versus what is really only going to be impactful if it's done on a much broader scale. You know, so I haven't, so I'm sure I'll get some hate mail for this, but I get plenty already, so I'll just say the rest. Period. I haven't found that box yet. You know, periodically people, you know, will approach us about we need to much more broadly deploy public charging stations for vehicles. Okay, is that really the barrier towards A, people having electric cars or not? No, it's really not. Two, should we be pursuing a policy that encourages people to drive cars? You know, so you know, maybe we do that, but is that really what we should be doing? Or should we take that money and time and resource towards a different solution that makes more sense, that only Gainesville can do? Like that like the federal government, it's not going to be their responsibility or interest. It's not going to be the state governments. It's not going to be the county governments even. Although I think for a lot of these, we probably can find crossover with the county and try to do them more county-wide. Yeah. So I don't know the answer to those questions. You know, like what is it that only we can do that no one else can do? And for me, we definitely should prioritize those. So things like you know, equitable weatherization of homes. You know, that's not only something we can do, we should do. We have the knowledge base, we need to build capacity. And you know what, the federal government's not going to come in and weatherize homes in Gainesville. Maybe we get some money from them, maybe not, but they're not going to do it. And the state's not going to do it. So we got to do it. You know, and that makes a big difference. So going back to a point Commissioner Santos made, like when we address this mind-bogglingly difficult problem, we really have to make sure that we're making the biggest impact with the limited resources we have. So again, like we could put a lot of effort towards public charging stations, but that's not going to reduce our greenhouse gas contributions enough to make a difference. You know, whereas, again, I'll get more hate mail for this, but converting DH2, Deer Haven 2, to be able to burn natural gas instead of coal, that's going to reduce tens of thousands of tons of CO2 every year. You know, so massive return on investment. And by the way, we save a bunch of money for our customers when we do that. You know, versus other things we could have spent that on. And all that to say, Commissioner Ariola, I love the passion and the kind of depth at which you and your team went into this. Where I think it needs to go now is developing, like, I think we need some folks to really take this, to digest it, and kind of pull out different pieces and say, okay, these are the things that only Gainesville can do. These are the things that we think we can get a huge return for a minimal investment. Like put them in different buckets and then allow us as a commission to kind of take them bucket by bucket. Kind of ending with the really hard stuff that we're just like, I don't know, we can do this, you know, because we've got a great track record, right, as a city. I mean, we have a really, really positive story to tell. We know how to approach problems like this. I just don't want to get out ahead of ourselves so much that we fall on this, you know. So you know, the sort of common thread I've heard is, we love this. We think it's really important. We've got to figure out a strategy for moving forward in a deliberate fashion that allows us to be kind of realistic as to how we sort of unpack this and give it a good chance of success, right? And I hope that's what you heard too. If it's not, then I want to hear from you as well, differently, but, we want to make sure that this happens. And successful. Otherwise, it doesn't make a difference. So, let's go back to you, and then you can go back around. If folks have any other observations or questions.
Yeah, I think that's a great place to leave off, Mr. Mayor, because that's exactly why I brought it to the General Policy Committee, because I need that deliberative discussion with you all. And I appreciate the premium you all are putting on staff time, because I heard that a lot. And to your point, Harvey, I mean, yeah, there's going to have to be some consideration as to what is new. But see, if I bring what that consideration is without giving it to the managers and the officers, exactly, we're not gonna go that route. So I want to try and be a little categorical as to what I thought was relevant to my thinking. I did come prepared to ask if anybody wanted to throw this to a subcommittee. I don't ever offer that. As you all know, my love for subcommittees is somewhat limited, but I would be okay with that, so that we can start taking it one by one, two by two, little pieces. And that way it's commissioners working, because I really want to include you all in this. I think that it's a good step.
Can I ask you a question on that point? Well, have you thought about the Joint City County Environmental Policy Committee?
I sit on that board, and what I will share, and these are my characterizations, commissioners. What I will share there is we have a setup there that is still in transition from what it used to be. So to throw something like this into that committee, it's going to be the same plumping and splitting issue. But I did consider it. And so I'm just, I think that's an ongoing conversation that we're sort of having amongst that board is what does staff do for what, and assignments for climate policy. And we have a citizens advisory board there that is sort of going through their own transitions. They have to abide by sunshine. They have to meet by Zoom. That's advisory boards. So I've thought about it, but I just not there. Just not there. So.
Have you considered, we're almost done on zero waste. Have you considered passing this on to zero waste after? That way it stays with us, and you don't have to back and forth of county versus city staff.
I mean, I do want that back and forth between the two staffs. I did think about that, but zero waste is so it's just, again, it's a splitting thing. We've already made progress. We've already gotten there. We've gotten the positions. That work is getting done. And by throwing something like this in there, I mean, it's if y'all are amenable to that, the members of the committee, if y'all are amenable to that. But I didn't want to bring it to you all and say, now hear this, right? So I wanted everyone to be included in the conversation, because this is ultimately going to be commission decisions, not just a subcommittee. So if the members of that board are okay with bringing it there, it can see the light of day there. We can sort of do one piece by one piece. But ultimately, we're going to need folks beyond just us to digest this and to really apply those recommendations. So it could work in a committee. It certainly can.
Yes. So I saw Harvey, and then Brayna, and then Adrian, and see if anybody else. I'm just thinking more of Brayna.
I got more.
So thank you again for all of it. I love Commissioner Johnson's idea of taking a couple of these at a time in GDC. And if we did that, we're done by the end of the year.
Can I want the mayor to hear this? You said it best, Harvey. We're adding things to GTC. We have administrative sessions. We should, those administrative sessions should be fine, in my opinion. This is not a second commission meeting where we add on items of interest, unless it's an emergency. But we've been sort of flexible on what's an emergency. So we just throw things on. And so, I love hearing from Mr. Matthews. He's fantastic. He's best at his job. He could have gone on a city commission meeting. It didn't have to be in general policy. So I'm just saying, I think that, if I don't want to, that's what the commission wants, I'm happy to do it. I just don't know if that's the best approach.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm also okay with you know, morphing zero waste into something like that. That citizens board that the water and climate joint board put to work is considering all the same things, or many of the same things. They're gonna come back with a plan too. And what we don't want is to have 3 or 4 competing visions out there to do the same thing. We gotta think about that. We're gonna try and be as clear as possible so we can actually get work done on these things and achieve results. I'm open to considering it any way except with one instrument. I mean, they're not, you know, all of it at once. I can't make heads or tails of the climate policy. I can do every one of these. I put input into almost all of these with, you know, fairly well read input off the top of my head, but as a bulk, it doesn't work like that. I can't make it.
Especially when it's 16.
But however we want to approach it, I want us to start approaching it on a regular basis. I love the idea of making sure that it is front and center for us on a consistent basis.
Thank you. Thank you. Brandon, I think you're next.
Thank you there. So I do think that to your point about subcommittee, I think zero waste is kind of wrapping up, so that could be dissolved. 2 or 3 months to be done with that. And that dissolves, and then it could be reincarnated to that. That might be a way to get into the details of what's necessary. I think it's hard in GPC to get to those minutia at times. To be dedicated towards that. I also support. I think we need to budget resources, and I would be supportive of budgeting increments to help with analysis and policy creation in the coming year's budget as well. Thank you.
So yeah, apparently the 4 of us are fine with zero waste. I'd be happy to do it here and there, and then pass along reports as we do couple item by couple items, so we don't all wait until the end and then it's a book. But we'll be giving you a couple months to read book versus here's the book. Our meeting next week. Yeah, so it was. One, you're okay with that, and the rest of the commission's okay. I take it over to zero waste. I'd be happy with that. That's great.
I don't think it should be with zero waste. I think zero waste should
after
sunset, and then a new board should be created to.
Yeah, but we could give a new charge and rename it zero waste or whatever. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's what I was thinking. You need to, zero waste had a specific charge.
I don't know. If they changed it around for COVID, I don't know.
So there was a sunset.
Can we get that info? Yeah. Because that would affect the motion.
Yeah,
That would affect the motion that's about to happen. I just need to have a sunset date.
You're searching on that? Okay. And we can put a placeholder. We don't have to give it. We could say following the sunset. Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Dr. Walker, anything? Good. Okay. Good. Well, before you do, I personally like the subcommittee approach, the kind of picking it up where zero waste leaves off. I had kind of forgotten about the joint climate citizen advisory part. So it may be just a thought. You may want to invite that citizens committee like quarterly to come to the subcommittee, or have a joint, I don't know, something where you're rowing in the same direction, where you're kind of working, our staff, their staff, and the citizens group, who has a lot of like their own professional expertise, right, are all kind of working on the same things, and you're coming to some sort of synthesis on those,
before you move to the next couple, I just think coordination is important. And we, not only do we not want to leave them out, but this is sort of the reason for existence, that citizens committee. And the joint committee as well. I mean, that's why it's no longer a water policy committee. So I think being inclusive with the mission of all those is important. And that may just take, so the chairs of all of them sitting down together and developing on it.
I sit on both committees.
Yeah, and then get some staff involved as well. So go ahead.
So I'm just gonna move, do we have the date yet on the sunset?
I don't know that there is a firm date.
Okay.
This summer is the best thing.
Because my motion was going to be that we, as a city commission, we direct that upon the sunset of the zero waste subcommittee, that we create, that we transition to a new committee. We'll just call it Nature Policies Committee. Names at this point, I'm out. I got no more names. But
Okay. Motion is second that following the sunsetting of the Zero Waste Committee, we will form a new subcommittee centered on nature first.
Nature policies.
Nature policies.
Just
okay.
Somebody will come up with a better name than I. So thank you. Thank you. This has been so beneficial for me to understand where you all stand on trying to move some of this forward. I understand it's a huge lift. So it's saving our planet, and these types of conversations are happening at the highest levels of the world's government the exact same way. How do we pay? How do we accomplish? How do we move forward? How do we deal with step down? And I thought about the step down to DH2. That's not quote unquote new energy. It was already burning coal, right? It was already producing megawatts, and now it's still going to produce those same megawatts. I think that was a caveat that I noticed. I loved some of the ideas I heard. I mean, the ideas of I want to try to tie in. We were having a discussion a while ago about natural rights and the natural rights of the Santa Fe River. We could talk about the natural rights of Hogtown Creek, and if there's just some great things. The net zero activity, obviously CPAs and all that has got to get done. Guaranteed live where you want. I mean, all this stuff. The weatherization, I wanted to point out, it's access to weatherization. I don't think I share your opinions. People should have access to weatherization, and that needs to be good. So y'all are awesome. This was amazing. You all were invited to the Cade Museum, my favorite place in Gainesville. True. So thank you. Y'all are great.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Adam, I'll turn it over to you for public comment for everybody calling in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have at least two callers. First on the list is Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to address you today. On this Nature's First policies, David, these are all good ideas that no one could disagree with. And I'm first and foremost lover of nature and people. The mayor has asked, for the citizens' comments on what's the single biggest thing that you could do to help nature and conservation. And it's my job, since I've read up on this, to remind Mayor that the single biggest polluter in North Florida is the city of Gainesville. The tree burner plant out at GRU is belching out close to 2 million tons of carbon dioxide, every year. The process of going out into the forest and ripping whole trees out and chipping them up into little pieces, it takes 100 semi tractor trailers every day to feed that big beast over there. If you go out there and look, I'll be happy to present the video again of these large tractor trailers hauling the trees that have been mashed up into little pieces out there so you can burn it. And the city commission has complete control to do the single act that would help nature the most, and it would help the people. These regressive policies of throwing all the debt onto people's electric bills and utility bills is crazy. You're hurting the people and you're hurting the atmosphere and nature. Stop running the tree burner. When you get the Kelly plant back online, flip the switch and turn off the Grec plant. That would do more good than any other policy, you can come up with. So I'm hoping that you will start listening to reason since the ship is going down, and stop creating a new committees and programs to spend money on. I don't mind Ms. Spicer and her group doing their research, but the house is on fire, and you're sitting there talking about studying things. It's way past time for study. Take action. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Next up, we have Ms. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I'm Debbie Martinez, and I totally agree with every single word that Mr. O'Brien just said. You could be doing great things, but you wasted billions on many, but mainly the grossly overpriced utility biomass contract. And, for Mayor Poe, for you to say, that you're known for doing, for having a great track record for doing great things, but you can do a few little good things, but when you have a mountain of bad things that you've done, that's what people remember. That's why people are suffering. So, it's not just, the multi-billion-dollar, biomass tree burner, debacle that you got into. There was dozens of other, pet projects that you got into that went belly up. So it's just a joke to be sitting there bragging about all the great things you've done. So there's nothing wrong with making a mistake, but to pretend like you didn't do it and that it's, this biomass tree burner is one of your crown jewels just makes you all look ridiculous. So, just imagine what you could have done for the city and our residents. I forget what you call our residents now, but what you could have done for our GRU residents and the people living in our community had you not gambled with the house's money and lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. We had a caller named Frederick drop in earlier. He could not stay. He said he just wanted to congratulate the city on the work in general. With that, we have no more callers. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Anybody in the room that would like to speak on the motion?
Yes, my name is Donald Shepard. People know who I am. But this here is something that maybe Mr. Earl needs to come in and throw water on you, because this is what's going to happen. You watch TV, as he had stated, this here is a national problem of the world. This here is what we need to take action today, not wait for tomorrow, because the Mississippi River is overflowing. It's coming all the way down to North Carolina, overflowing. North Carolina is not that far. So when are we going to make action towards the waterways in Gainesville, the usage of our utilities? I have a plan that's going to put GRU out of business. But when I do this, oh, you can snicker all you want, but when you're paying $89 a month for utility instead of what you are, you're gonna pay attention. Okay, back to what I was saying, is that, this here, I thank you very much, Mr. Guerrero, for bringing this up, and this young lady that came, because this is something the world has, as he had stated, is not paying attention to. We need to pay attention. I'm an economist, I'm a woman activist, and I'm the people's representative. As that, I have to take a look at what's going on. As that, this is going to be going on TV, because I'm going to mail each copy of the DVD of this meeting to each one of these TV shows that I took and spoke about earlier. This here is something that is going to take and have activists from other countries and other cities here in Gainesville. Would you open the Pandora box when you brought the Equity Board of Equality, these statements? These here are heard loud and clear, but it is not of God. When my pastor speaks about it, Pastor Hennington, on the 8th Street, when he, Jennings, excuse me, when he speaks about it, it's in the Bible. And if you need him to come here and show you, he will definitely do so. So I'm not speaking no lies, no assumptions of my own. I'm speaking the truth. This young lady is not doing this because she wants to do this as a life thing. She's probably not even getting paid. But y'all are. You commissioners and mayors are. And like I said, you are going to be seeing more of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Anybody else in the room want to speak to the motion? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Up next, we were going to do the Chapter 164 dispute with the county. I will tell you that I've had a very productive conversation with the chair of the county commission. We have talked as a body, and I think with our colleagues across the street about all of the huge priorities we have ahead of us and the need to work together on many, if not all. And so, we could go through this lengthy process and sort of delay all that work, or we could just decide to move forward. And so I wanted to bring the idea to you to drop the Chapter 164 dispute challenge, to resend our letter to the Treasury Department, to re-advertise the mediation meeting as a simple joint meeting between the city and the county, to have a very high-level discussion about federal dollars coming into both the city and the county, and how we can make sure that we are working in coordination with one another to make sure that we are benefiting our residents in the most impactful way possible. In other words, let's make sure that we're not being redundant and both doing things that the other is doing, or leaving an important group of our neighbors out because one of us thought the other was going to address that through either CARES money or American Rescue Plan money. A lot of money is coming in between us, the county, the school board, the university. I even had a meeting with some nonprofit executive directors this morning, and they're getting money. And so, for us to really be impactful over the next 24 months, it's just so important that we work together. And I feel like this dispute is going to delay that, prevent it, and not allow us to just move on and get to the next sort of phase of our relationship. So, you know, I feel like that's what's in the best interest of the city. And I believe the county feels the same way. And I think there's a real opportunity here for us to turn the page. With that, Commissioner Johnson.
You laid out very more clear points, and I'd just like to say so much.
Okay, thank you. Motion second by Commissioner Ward. Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do think we need to work together on it, but I think the dollars that are available, we should find a way to decide on their fence or something like that. I think that should be done in concert with dropping the board.
Okay, thank you.
I think we should have.
Thank you.
Similar point, I make a letter after we find something to collaborate on and agree to in writing. Maybe I just have trust issues, but maybe I'm too much of a lawyer, but I would like whatever agreement we come to be in writing and approved by both the city and the county prior to sending a letter off to the treasury, but rescinding the complaint. Because in that letter, we can then say, we're not just, you know, we changed our mind, here's what we've come to an agreement between us. In case something happens, then we can complain again and say, this is how it ended poorly. Remember that agreement we told you about? It didn't happen. I just want to make sure there's a paper trail and very deliberate and well defined steps that are just clearly expressed prior to doing any of it. I just would rather us meet first and come to some agreement prior to taking further action.
Sure, and I respect both your points of view. I just see that as a path to being at odds almost to perpetuity, especially in this critical period moving forward. So, you know, I think it's a valid point of view. It's just not one I share. I just think we absolutely need to make a clean start. And I think if we take this good faith action, I believe we're going to see good faith gesture in return. I believe that. So, and you all have phone numbers of colleagues over there, and you know, I think it is a good use of time to have some conversations ahead of that meeting to try to share the love. Share the love. Let's not give a hug, but we forgot what this is. That's a simple. What is this love thing? Yeah. Okay, so we got a motion on the floor to rescind the letter from Treasury to drop the 164 dispute. And we'll ask our city manager and city attorney to take whatever actions necessary to do that. And then Madam Clerk to renotice the mediation meeting. It's just a joint meeting between the city and county. The topic of discussion will be use of federal relief dollars. Let's leave that. Use of federal relief dollars. We don't need to be any more specific than that. Mr. Feldman, did you want to jump in, ask any questions, or get any clarification?
No, sir. I think the motion was straightforward.
Okay. Yes.
I asked you what
Oh, well, they can be there. They can be in their chamber. We can be in our chamber. Right? Yeah, I mean,
Cool, we had a time set it all together.
the only problem is with like recording and broadcast and public participation.
I'm not so proud of you.
I think these, I think the minutia. Live video, can't broadcast live. Yeah. We're gonna get complaints if we have Thomas up here. So I mean, GRU would leave a good recording and good sound and good video. And keep us all, you know, distance and let the public participate.
Person.
Yeah.
Virtually, right?
They could be there first.
Yeah, that's the only way. Can Scott just say that we can't do live from there?
We could have people on Zoom, like if we had.
Yeah, I guess we could do a Zoom.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Commissioner, you're the maker of the motion, so you have a lot of power to decide what you want, because we need a renotice, so. Do you want to notice it for, so just put it in charge. Here's what I hear are three options, Commissioner. Leave it at the Thomas Center. Move it to our individual chambers and then we'd be on Zoom sort of together, but we'd be in our chambers, they'd be in their chambers. Or invite them to GRU multi-purpose and have us all in that room. Okay. Subject to availability with the backup being our chambers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So GRU multi-purpose, and if that's not available, we'll do it in our respective chambers. Okay. You're the second, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we're good with that change. Okay. Let's go to public comment. Adam, over to you. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have one commenter on this issue, Mr. Brian O'Brien. Welcome back. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. I'd like to let everybody know that today's meeting, the audio and jointed, and it's difficult to call in and follow these meetings with the format that you're using. I appreciate you having the meetings in the public venue that we taxpayers have paid for up in the main chambers. Appreciate that. As to this Chapter 164 dispute, Alachua County, you know, this was not an appropriate use of the Chapter 164 rules in the first place. So I'm glad that whatever, you know, fight that you were trying to get into with the county is coming to a close. They have the authority and jurisdiction to allocate the money as they please, and I'd like to see you go ahead and you know, terminate that that battle that was unnecessarily started. Losing proposition that's not appropriate anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Mayor, there is no one else on the line. The floor is yours.
Anybody in the chamber or room? Okay, back to commission. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Okay, the motion passes 4-3 with a Santos, Saco, and Areola in dissent. Okay, back to our last business item, loss of affordable housing, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. So I am bringing this item forward today to really continue to elevate the conversation around affordable housing and also to highlight some very specific challenges around the loss of affordable housing in our community. So today I have joining us 3 people. Initially it was supposed to be Sharon Burney, but she's not able to be here with us. So I'm not sure either Jeremiah Tarisol or Sheila Payne is going to join us to tell her story. And then we also have Tara Edwards, who is a property manager of Tax Credit Properties. And then we also have Jonathan Orsini from the Graduate Assistance United talking to us about some of the challenges with graduate student housing. So what I'd like to do is connect the very real. I mean, I'm sure that each of you, just as I am, are getting these phone calls like every week about challenges that people are facing and needing help. And so we're going to concentrate on these three, and it's around one, the pervasive housing discrimination and violation of the Fair Housing Act, and also our own ordinance that we put in place, and also the challenges with graduate student housing, and also the taxpayer properties that are disappearing in our community. And so what I'm hoping to do is connect these stories to some of the policies and then have a discussion amongst us, and then come up with some very specific solutions from this body. I have a few that I'd like to mention, and I'm sure you all will have some after we hear the presentations. And then that will be the end. And it looks like we might get out of here by 5 o'clock. So I would like to turn this over to, I believe Jeremiah is gonna start us off with Sharon, Bernie's story, or Sheila, I'm not sure, but if we can elevate them to a panelist that we can see.
Yeah, I see Jeremiah on my screen.
Hi, everyone. Unfortunately, I do not have a camera on my laptop, which I thought I did, but it's apparently not being detected, so sorry about that.
No problem, I can hear you fine.
Okay, I just want to share briefly the story, Sharon's story, and unfortunately, it's not a unique story. What is unique about Sharon's story is that it had a pretty successful conclusion to it. She was told that her daughter, Tamisha, who is disabled, was going to be evicted, or as we're saying, a landlord quiet eviction. It's not a legal eviction, but they weren't going to accept Section 8 housing choice vouchers from her anymore. And they said the rent's going up, and Sharon said, okay, that's fine. I mean, we'll pay the difference in the rent. And they said, no, we're just going to not accept Section 8 housing choice vouchers anymore. And that's something that we passed an entire ordinance around saying that's illegal. Sharon is an activist, she's an organizer, and she wasn't going to take that. So she reached out to many of you. I believe many of you received her email about the situation. And she also reached out to the Alachua County Labor Coalition, who decided to try to take this on as best as we could. Sheila Payne, the co-chair of the Alachua County Labor Coalition, went out to Bivens Cove, where this was taking place at, and started knocking on doors with Sharon, started talking to people, and found that this is pretty widespread. It's not just Section 8 housing choice vouchers, it's also the Veterans Choice Vouchers, which is the same thing, but for veterans. We were able to identify a handful of people, 7 people, through knocking on doors, that were told that their leases weren't going to be renewed because they were no longer accepting these programs, assistance from these programs, which again, we passed an ordinance around in the county and the city to say that you can't discriminate against people for having a lawful source of income. We had a rally about this outside of Nathan Collier's offices on Main Street, and they reversed policies on this. But this was not an isolated incident that happened just at Bivens Cove. Talking to family members, I had a family member who was on Veterans Care, the same program for veterans, and at another Collier property a few years ago, and they also abruptly said, we're no longer going to accept this. And she's a model tenant. They just didn't want to do it for some reason. I guess they have some sort of calculus where they can get more money a different way. And this is a huge problem, because the wait list for Section 8 housing choice vouchers is long, but then once you get the vouchers, there's very few people that are accepting it, and it keeps getting smaller. And so something that the county is doing, and I believe some commissioners here are looking into, is making sure that people aren't discriminated against for having these vouchers. What we're seeing is people will say, well, we're not going to not accept these vouchers, but what we're going to do is require an obscene amount of money up front. We're going to require all these other things up front. And so, like, we have a housing stock that's very large. It's not big enough, obviously. We have people that we say qualify for these services, whether it's HUD Section 8 housing choice or a veterans choice voucher. And then we have landlords that are saying no to that. I really encourage the commission to do whatever you can do to force landlords to accept these vouchers because it's money. It's just money. It's not a lot of extra effort to do. And these are people that really need housing. And I just want to say, Sharon's story, she had a successful conclusion to it because she was tenacious, she fought, and she's been fighting for many years, and so she knew how to do this. We get phone calls all the time at the Labor Coalition office. This isn't the kind of work that we do. We're trying to build tenants unions. We're trying to build tenants power. We're not legal experts that are trying to give legal advice to people. We're not trying to replace Three Rivers or anything like this. And we're doing the best we can to help people stay in their homes, to help people get housing. And it's I can tell you right now that most of the phone calls we get do not have this kind of conclusion. The resources aren't there for people. Landlords either don't know or don't care that this is a requirement. And the city services that are supposed to force landlords to accept these vouchers are not effective. If Sharon would have gone through the city's human rights ordinance and through the board and filed a complaint, it would have been months and months and months before her case was resolved. Fortunately, the public pressure campaign worked, and Nathan Collier agreed to allow those veterans and Section Housing Choice Vouchers people to stay. But if that wasn't the case and had to go through the human rights ordinance, she would have had to have moved out well before before there was a resolution through that ordinance. So I don't have any solutions. I just really wanted to share that story, and hopefully y'all big-brained policymaking people at the city commission can figure something out, because it's the status quo is not okay. It has not been okay for a long time, and this pandemic has really shown how much it's really brought to the surface how much this is not working.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Townsend, Jeremiah, I want to say. Ty, are you there? Can you tell us your stories?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. So I was kind of, it's been a long time since I've spoken at one of these meetings, but I was happy when I was invited to come speak to this meeting, because I am a property manager and I work in low income housing. I am the property manager at Lewis Place at Ironwood, and Lewis Place at Ironwood is a tax credit property. I have two things that I want solutions for. That could be, one is a temporary solution, one is a long-term solution. The first one is tax credit property. I don't know how the city of Gainesville will go about enticing developers or investors to build tax credit housing, but tax credit housing stimulates investment in affordable housing in undeserved urban and rural communities and in higher cost suburban communities across the nation. It provides low income families with a safe and decent place to live by lessening their rent burden, frees up additional income that can be spent on other necessities or put into savings for education or home ownership. And so what I want to say about the last part is not only affordable housing here that tax credit properties bring to communities, but they also, inside of tax credit properties, you have what you call a land use restriction agreement. And there are requirements built into that agreement that would change the resident's mindset. It offers all kinds of programs that the property has to have on the property for the resident, so that they will be able to have a better quality of life. Federal tax credits are allocated to state housing finance agencies by a formula based on population. So what they do is they go into the area where the person wants to build a tax credit property, and they go by the area median income. And so they take that and they say, okay, in this area, this is what the residents in this area can afford to pay. And what happens in return, the developer or the investor who owns the property, they get tax credit for making the property affordable. Now you have different tax credits. You can have anywhere from 1% to 99%. I've worked on properties where they've had 20% tax credit units, 30%, they've had 45. I've been on 50. Right now, I work on a 60% tax credit property. So what that means is that there is a bar for rent that is set by the area median income by the government. And the government gives us a limit on what we can charge for rent. So for an example, it goes by the people the residents who live in the unit, it goes by how many people are in the unit. So for example, for one person, can you close my door? For one person who's living in a unit, their income cannot be over $33,960 a year, and that is gross. So that's the income requirement that one person would have to meet in order to qualify for a tax credit unit, and it goes so forth. So it's 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, and they each have a maximum income limit that they cannot go over, and it's annually, and it's gross. So what happens is once they meet that, then we have to go in and they give us what you call utility allowances. And we subtract that from the amount of rent that they say that our units can be. So once we subtract that, then that's what the residence rent is. So for instance, this year it went up. We cannot charge no more than $909 for a 2-bedroom. We cannot charge no more than $1,041 for a 3-bedroom, but you don't have to go to the max, right? So my company did not go to the max. We kept it in the middle. So it goes up, but it doesn't go up that much to where people can afford to still pay rent and pay their light bill. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, because I think that this can be what you call the new affordable housing, because the investor or the owner does not have to get a 60% tax credit. I've worked where they had 30%, where tenants have paid 30%, and it has, and I've been on mixed income communities where it was 30, 45, 60. I think one was like 85%. So, it made it affordable for different residents who had different income situations. So the tax credits for the property is claimed over between a 15 and a 30-year period, okay? So within that 15 and 30-year period, the owner has to have affordable housing. They have to have tax credit housing. They cannot change it into conventional. They cannot change it into what they want to change it into. They have to use that. They have to use that property for affordable living. But after the 30 years is up or the 15 years is up, the owner may do what he, wants to do. And that's what's happening in Gainesville right now. I happen to know for a fact by talking with other tax credit properties. There are 4 properties in Gainesville that were built in 1999, 2000. And they are coming up on the end of their 25 to 30-year loan. And a lot of them are planning not to have tax credit, not to have affordable housing anymore. So after those loans is up, they can do what they want. So we're going to have a lot of people in Gainesville that's going to be needing a place to stay, because that's happening now. We're coming up on year 2025, and it's coming really, really quick. So a lot of the properties will not continue to have, tax credit properties or affordable housing. They're going to choose not to have that. But if we do, if we can bring in developers, investors that are interested in building tax credit properties, especially in District 1, that would help the community out so much. On my property, I have people come to my property all the time begging for places to stay. And I try to help them, but I am 100% occupied. because as soon as I get a unit and somebody knows they're right here, because we treat our residents good and, you know, our rent is affordable. We have working people who live on our property. This is not, you know, everybody just assumes it's affordable living. People don't work. Yes, they work and they have good jobs. They have very good jobs. And so, but they just need affordable housing. I think this is something that the city of Gainesville should look into, getting here in Gainesville. Another thing that I wanted to bring up was temporary housing vouchers. I just left Washington, D.C. From visiting with my sister a couple of months ago. And they're during this pandemic time, a lot of the residents have lost their places to stay due to eviction or due to not having any money. And so we have a lot of working people and non-working people walking around with needing places to stay. And so one thing I noticed is that they were giving their residents temporary housing vouchers to stay in hotels while they were looking for a place to stay, so that they may have somewhere to go and to sleep because shelters were filled, they didn't have any space, so that the families can have somewhere to sleep and have a safe place to be until they find adequate housing. I understand, you know, that, you know, everyone needs a place to stay. I feel like shelter is a right, it's not a privilege. But, you know, people who are working are homeless. And it's hard. And believe me, I know. I was working, I was homeless, and at the same time, I had to pay for a hotel, which was $60 a day. But at the same time, I had to save money for a place to stay and pay for this hotel. Just think about how much benefit would come from someone who has a full-time job, who is working, who might have 2 or 3 kids and don't have a place to stay, and they have a temporary shelter so that they can save their money and get that place. So I also think that that is something that the city of Gainesville can look into, is temporary housing vouchers to help, you know, people who need homes and to need a place to stay until they can find adequate housing at the time. Because a lot of people that come to me and ask me for places to live or do I know, they work. They have houses. They have houses. They work. I mean, I don't have houses. I'm sorry. They have jobs and they work and they have money, but they just don't have a place to stay until they find another place. So I think temporary vouchers should most definitely be on the table. I think that is something that you can do with some of that $30 million, you know, that you have. I think that would really be wonderful. I mean, since I've been active in the community, affordable housing has always been on the table. And I think it's time for us to actually put into action what are we going to do for people who do not have housing? Because right now that is an additional pandemic and it has hit Alachua County really, really bad. So thank you.
Thank you, Ty.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Jonathan, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here. Can I share my screen so I can do a PowerPoint? Is that okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Give me one moment. Can everybody see everything and hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Jonathan Orsini. I'm a graduate student, a PhD student at the University of Florida. I'm a member of the GAU and also president of the Graduate Student Council. And I'm here to speak today on the University of Florida's impact on the current affordable housing crisis in Gainesville. So it is well documented that there is a great need for affordable housing, especially for people living in Gainesville who are between 0 and 50% area below. Between 0 and 50% area median income. Area median income is the midpoint of a region's income distribution, meaning that half of households in the region earn more than the median and half earn less. So according to the Schimberg Center at UF, for a 1 to 4 person household, the AMI is about $25,000 to $37,000 per year at 0 to 50%. And you can see the appropriate housing costs in the table on the left here for a 1 to 4 bedroom unit. Note this is by unit, not by bed, for people to be able to live without being considered cost burden. So people are considered a housing cost burden if they pay more than 30% of their income for rental costs. And from the chart on this slide, you can see that Gainesville has a large population of people, not just students, but certainly including students who live between 0 and 50% AMI and therefore require affordable housing options to avoid being housing cost burdened. In Gainesville, this is currently the biggest housing need, and decisions being made by the university are exacerbating this issue. As a part of the U.S. Campus Master Plan and their commitments to students in the city of Gainesville, UF has several goals. Like they've come up with these goals on their own. One of their first goals is to provide equitable and financially accessible housing. Unfortunately, they're not living up to their responsibilities on this goal. As we speak, UF is currently phasing out 536 beds at McGuire Village and University Village South, two affordable graduate family housing structures located on 34th Street on campus that average only $658 per unit. So according to reports from UF Housing, so that's incredibly affordable, especially where we're talking about in town. But despite the importance of these housing units to supporting low-income students, the University of Florida has offered no plan to replace the rooms they're taking offline. By 2023, these units will be completely empty, and the hundreds of students that live there will be looking for new affordable housing in an already tough market in Gainesville, which will only serve to make issues worse for affordable housing on the rental side in this community. Instead, what the University of Florida is spending money on is a $250 million undergraduate dormitory called the Gator Residential Complex. This complex is supposed to include 1,400 rooms that'll cost about $1,100 per bed. And that's according to, I haven't seen that in writing, that's according to meetings with UF Housing. And this is communal living. It's really only acceptable for undergraduate students. And this is all a part of UF's decision-making to be a top 5 university. But in their sort of self-involved zeal to be top 5, they're forgetting their second goal, which is to monitor off-campus housing trends and to collaborate with local government. So the average price per bed within 1 mile of campus is now $940 per bed, according to UF Housing. So that means most students who are forced to live off campus who choose to live close are already probably going to be housing cost burden without parental support. Many are going to choose to live further away, again, further depleting Gainesville's stock of affordable housing rental units. So the Hope Center for College, Community, and Justice showed that nationally, about 34% of undergraduates and 38% of graduate students earn less than $20,000 annually. So if you just do some math here, according to UF, they have about 37,000 students undergraduate in 2020. So as many as 12,000 of these students may be cost burdened and will therefore be seeking housing where they can afford it further from campus. So building a huge dorm on campus at $1,100 per bed does nothing to resolve this issue, and it's certainly not even competitive with the already high rates for living within a mile of campus. So once again, UF is not meeting their own goal to monitor off-campus housing trends and to collaborate with the Gainesville local government on how they can help ease affordable housing issues. In addition, UF has promised that they will help maintain student choice and fiscal responsibility. This is a direct quote from the UF Master Plan. I'm just going to read it. So UF Housing must continue to be financially successful in order to allow for new construction and reinvestment to occur. This will mean care in balancing revenue with expenses to accommodate capital projects. Although the university will benefit from expanding its residential population, the inventory must be sized to anticipate UF's valued choice within a framework model, allowing students to choose whether they live on campus or not. So this value is not in alignment with the building of new luxury dorms that few students without significant student loans or parental support will be able to afford. In addition, and even more problematic, is that UF has promised to maintain the financial stability of the Department of Housing and Residence Life in order to allow for new construction and reinvestment to occur. However, I have been in several meetings with UF Housing administrators where they have indicated that there cannot be any new construction of housing on campus for at least 10 years because of how over leveraged they're going to be from this $250 million loan that they're requesting to build the Gator Residential Complex. So not only is UF completely out of touch with what is going on with the local community, but they're making it worse by not living up to their own policies and goals, and are certainly not considering the greater Gainesville community when they're making these decisions. So our ask to the city is to help us recalibrate UF's thinking on these very important issues that they're currently ignoring. So given that, we ask the city work with UF to reinvest in affordable housing on campus, especially at McGuire Village and University Village South, to preserve affordable housing at such a critical location in Gainesville. 2, we ask the city work with UF to maybe reimagine the Gator Residential Complex and to maybe help them reinvest some of this ridiculously large $250 million bond into affordable housing options in and around campus. We ask that the city work with UF to develop additional affordable housing options, not just luxury apartments around the campus footprint. And 4, we ask that the city of Gainesville pressure UF to participate in these important endeavors by denying any and all requests made by UF until UF provides a plan to offset the current proposed loss of affordable housing. So I know, having been a Gainesville citizen since the 80s and a student and employee at UF since 2001, that the relationship between the city of Gainesville and the university is extremely complex and also extremely important. I think at times, however, it's the responsibility of our elected officials to put checks and balances on larger, wealthy organizations. At this time, UF has lost their way as it relates to affordable housing. I think some of the administrative units on campus have overlooked the impact these decisions have on the greater Gainesville community. So we're asking the city to help us recalibrate UF's thinking on these issues to prevent an already tough housing rental situation in Gainesville from becoming worse for those of us that live here are the most vulnerable and cost burden. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate hearing the stories and for the presentations, and just to kind of encapsulate what we just heard, I want to go back to the three very distinct and separate issues that we have here. One is that we have pervasive, really housing discrimination happening on the part of some bad actors in Gainesville, and I want to figure out together how we can influence that challenge. Two, we have tax credit properties that are disappearing by 2025. I'd like to get a full understanding of what that looks like for our community, but that automatically is hundreds, maybe thousand families that could be displaced, and we have no idea where they're going to be living. Three, we have the challenges at UF about graduate student housing, the loss of graduate student housing, affordable graduate student housing that's disappearing and being replaced with luxury student housing on campus. So, you know, housing is, I mean, we talk about this all the time. They're very complex issues, but these are the three that I want to focus on today, and then figure out how we can impact them. I have some ideas. I'd love to hear your feedback and thoughts, and come to consensus on something at the end of the conversation.
Great. Why don't you start with your ideas to get the juices flowing? And
sure. Okay, so some ideas is that I am not aware, and you know, Manager Feldman can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that in either our housing action plan or our 22-part motion, we have a separate focus on low and very low income housing. I'm also doing Manager. I'm not remembering that. Are you all remembering that?
Mr. Feldman, did you hear the question?
One thing I can remember that.
Sorry, I did not.
Hold on, Mr. Feldman. Mr. Murray was answering first, and then we'll go to you. The question's about a specific item that addresses very low and low income housing in the city's housing action plan or the 22-part motion.
The only thing I can remember was low income housing. That's all I can remember. That is address low income housing. That's all I can remember.
Okay.
And it relates to the other commission tax credits. Those tax credits are issued built property and it has an time when it will expire. That's not unusual for tax credit properties to have like on, and at that particular time when that 30 year reaches, that the property owner has the ability to determine whether or not they and that's what it is there. But again, we need to find out how many of tax credit properties actually.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Feldman, did you want to add anything?
No.
Is it low or very low?
No, I think that hit it.
Okay.
Okay. So I'd like for us to have a special item to focus on low and very low income to figure out how we can create and support more of that in our community as part of our either housing action plan or the 22-part motion. Two, I would like a better understanding of our tax credit properties in Gainesville, where they're located, how many we have, when they're going to expire, and then come up with a plan or a potential developing relationships or partnerships and actively seeking those kinds of developers out to continue to maybe even continue or to supply some of that housing in Gainesville. I believe that we should be looking at temporary housing vouchers. You know, not only have I heard these stories, but I've recently, I had a community conversation the other day, and somebody was saying that the domestic violence neighbors are at peaceful paths, but it's increasing like week by week. I mean, and even tied when you tell us the full extent up to the stream of people that are coming in week by week. Like it's really, really dire in the streets. And we need to, I think we really need to focus in the short term. It's going to take a while for housing to get built. So what I'd like to see happen is that we talk about setting aside some of the money for temporary housing for our either homeless or about to be or homeless neighbors. I would like to know, Manager Feldman, when is that U.S. campus master plan coming back to us, and what kind of decisions are we going to be making about that?
So I believe it's going to be late summer, early fall at this point. Mr. Persons might have a more up-to-date discussion. You really don't have a decision in the plan. Where you will have some interaction is on a campus development impact on municipal services that may be triggered by some of the policies within the plan. And Andrew could probably comment a little bit more about that.
I would love to hear more about that.
Yeah, Andrew, can you comment on both the timing and the sort of scope of the city's interaction with the approval of that plan?
Sure. So the campus master plan, the last iteration of the campus master plan, that the trustees have already approved that. But as part of that process, there's a campus development agreement, which is intended to for UF to basically provide any mitigation for any impacts from development as part of the campus master plan. That has to be ratified by both the county and the city. It has not been not come before you yet. UF has been working on that. The last sort of contact I had with UF on that has been that they're supposed to be bringing it forward in the next month or two, but it's been delayed several times.
So when you say impacts, can it impacts be the loss of affordable housing? Like, what do we mean by impacts?
So it's a little bit complicated. The way that the campus master plan is called out in state statute, it's really talking about specifically about impacts to level of service. And level of service is something that we have set in our comprehensive plan, the county has in theirs, and UF has in theirs. So when we talk about sort of impacts, it's specifically related to level of service impacts. So things like transportation impacts to like the level of service on a road, or level of service when it comes to like water supply or things along those lines. So it's not necessarily a broad sort of, more kind of holistic look at impacts. It's very specific because it's really tied back to a very sort of program's statutory requirements.
Is there any room within the campus master plan for us to request that they do something different around affordable housing, around something different than with the 250? I mean, the board of trustees already approved that, but on the city side, is there any room for us to influence that?
I would say that I guess from my perspective, and I'll let Lee weigh in as well, but so we have interlocal agreements with UF. We have an interlocal governmental element of our comprehensive plan, which talks about both mitigating for and planning for shared impacts, and housing is certainly one of those. So I think there's a vehicle for the commission and for UF to discuss this. I guess the only caveat or the only like caution I would say would be if we sort of try to tie it to like the CDA, the campus development agreement, that has like very specific meaning, and it would be probably more difficult to try to hold that up for what this is. But I think there's definitely an avenue to talk to UF about this and see what kind of options there are for doing joint planning around housing.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. And that's what I would like to explore, whether it's through the campus development, campus master plan, or just a conversation. I think that we really need to talk about the fact of a $250 million bond for luxury housing on student. Oh my God, I just like my emotions. Not there. So it's something where I think we should have a conversation about. Commissioner Sacco, you brought up some really good ideas the last time. I think it was like a meeting or two ago about the housing discrimination ordinance and some like marketing. Do you remember what? Can you go over that?
So one of the things was adopting something similar to the county's flyer that's been distributed at events, shared with larger property owners, established apartment buildings, things like that, so that they are aware of the new anti-discrimination portions. The one to advertise to renters was to maybe quarterly put in a leaflet about the rights that folks have and make it easily put it at like an 8th grade level, so it's not legalese, and that be included every quarter or so in GRU. If they still have physical mail billing, to include it in that, maybe quarterly, maybe make sure we do another ad campaign on social media. That's not expensive, doesn't require paper, but just to remind folks regularly, because people come in and out of town all the time, to remind them regularly how to do that. And I think Andrew told us that they had talks with Jackie over at the county, and that something was already underway. I don't know how much more underway it is, but they were looking at least the flyer component.
Yeah, so I think that those are fantastic ideas that we are apparently moving forward with more, kind of a know your rights campaign around the housing discrimination ordinance. And I know that we have funds in place with the eviction services. And can you remind me where we are with that, Manager Feldman?
Lee, do you have the question? Let's press noise. Where are we with the, say again, Commissioner Thompson?
The eviction, I think we put on an RFP for to provide people with eviction, help with eviction and services, full representation.
Yes, Commissioner, I'm just looking right now. It's
Somebody's not on mute.
I believe the eviction is scheduled, actually we've opened it and we're doing the evaluation right now.
Okay,
So it should be ready for when you come back.
Okay, so we can have a program in place as soon as when?
Depends on who ultimately got selected and what their proposed timetable is. Since we're in the cone of silence, I haven't read those.
Okay. All I would say about that is that we just get this program up and running as soon as humanly possible. And also that the county has an additional piece that I would like to consider amending the human rights, the housing discrimination ordinance. So the information that I got is that the housing providers are finding ways around not renewing people's leases, especially Section 8 and HUD-VASH. And the way they're doing that is requiring like 3 times the amount of rent, which is just not possible. So the county has added this section. that the landlord or any agent of a landlord may only consider the portion of the rent that the Section 8 voucher holder is required to pay out of pocket, as determined by the local housing authority issuing the voucher. So I'd like for us to consider amending our housing discrimination ordinance to add that piece of it. That's what I have right now. I might come up with some more ideas, but that's what I have at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Andrew, did you want to jump in before I get to the other commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to speak a little bit about the LIHTC information that Commissioner Johnson had mentioned and Ms. Loud had discussed. We've done some mapping of LIHTC projects as well as like some of the other state finance projects, sale projects and things like that. I think we can probably dig those up and update them and provide some of that data to the commission. I do think like in that sort of same vein about expiring loans, I do think that has a lot to do with kind of some of the commission discussion about a local funding source for affordable housing projects or for making investments and preserving long-term affordability in some of those projects that are maybe set to expire. So that definitely is, I think, something that's sort of in the water, so to speak, with some of your discussions of late. But yeah, but we could definitely do some mapping and share that with the commission.
Okay, thank you. So we got Harvey and then Adrian and then David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing this forward, Mr. Johnson. As far as the LIHTC, the long-term housing, the tax increment credits, if we can map those out and know how many, who we're dealing with and how many units, who the owners are and how many units we're talking about, we have a little time, it sounds like, to work on that, develop a funding source. We could either match or partially match what those property owners are going to miss from their tax credit. Because remember, it's not like it's 100%. It's a buy down of their taxes is what it is. So it's not as if it's 50 or 75% of their income. It's a portion of the tax that they pay that keeps the prices low. We could, particularly working with the county, we could do this. Identify what that number is on an annual basis over a multi-year period, and enter it into an agreement, much like what the federal government did in the first place, to buy down from those same property owners a like discount to what they're already doing in exchange for an agreement for 10 years, 20 years, whatever we put together, as long as we have some kind of funding source to match that to. And working with the county with 3 or 4 years ahead of us on this, we could certainly find some source to at least buy that down to keep those units that are already defined as affordable in one way or another in that same thing. The other thing that we need to remind ourselves of is that we have been agreeable several times to the idea of identifying any city properties, any city empty land that doesn't have a purpose plan for it, and getting that land in the hands of groups that can do work to start affordable housing. That's, I don't mind us disposing of the land at a major discount. I would like us to dispose of that land at a major discount. If we don't know what we want to do with it, the time for us land banking and holding it for some future date is past. We need to identify those properties and get them in the hands of organizations that build housing. And I'm just using this as an example. It's not necessarily we should work with, but like NHBC, who have done this in the past. It doesn't have to be a tax credit property. We can help them by saying, here's the property. Now, we expect you to treat our transfer of the property to you as an anchor for the price going forward, or monthly rent going forward, the same way a tax credit works. Not a tax credit, but we can enter into a similar agreement for a year period of time or whatever it is. We've talked about that in the past. We've always been supportive of it. We need to remind ourselves and remind staff that that is a priority for us. And I would like it to be a rental units priority. Yes, I want people to buy homes also, but the real crisis is in rental housing. It's not in providing first home purchases. It's our crisis right now in front of us is rental housing. And anything we do in that regard, I would like it to be with the idea of creating rental properties at a discount. A lot of words, hopefully some of them are good.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you, Mayor. I think really, you look at the numbers there, and it's 5, 6, 7 times higher on rental than we're offering for some occupied. Commissioner Johnson, on with the county passing, just to complete understanding. So, say the housing voucher covers at $800, and then they still owe like another $100. It would be like they would only have to qualify for that $100. Like so, it's 3 times that.
Yeah.
So they would have to make $300 a month or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's one of the things we're gonna have to both on that discrimination ordinance, but also the rental housing ordinance. There's people are gonna find ways to get around things, and it's gonna have to be always kind of looking at it and seeing how we make changes to it to affect that. The housing data, I definitely very much agree on that. I think it's something we need to have on a consistent basis. I also think we should be tracking, getting information on housing starts and housing certificates of occupancy, like how much are actually starting construction and how much actually are coming online, but also splitting that between homeowner or owner occupied and rentals too. So we're seeing kind of, are we making traction on those? And I think also looking at the same thing for the tax credit properties. I know there are some that are in construction right now, they're coming online, but just to have a very clear picture of kind of really, they're coming offline, these ones are coming online, where are we actually ending up? Is it a net positive, net negative, and just having that data is very, very important. Also on the discrimination, I spoke to this Warren, and one of the things was, I think we should do stings. It's something that they do in other, maybe really mainly like on the housing discrimination. The federal government does it, also cities, stuff like that, but I think we should. So they go into the place and they make an application. So the past was a lot on the racial. So they go in and make an application, and then they wouldn't give it to a black person, but then they have somebody go with white, and they give it to them with the same. Yeah, that's what it is. So
Finding a test case.
Yeah, a test case. So they clearly find, yes, you are in violation of it. I do think that we need to do a lot of education, because I don't think most landlords even know that the ordinance is out there. So I think with the rental housing ordinance are coming out, we are talking to a lot of landlords. But also educating the tenants as well, so they know their rights. And we do have the ability, at least with the ones who are under 4 units, to hit. We're talking to every single one of them. We are now mandating paperwork that we can get. So we have a point that we touch that we can talk to them. But I do think that we should, after we do some education, we should start doing sting operations to make sure that those ordinances are in effect. And that's how you can. You're going to hear stories and stuff like that. You're going to hear people. It's hard when then you can actually get real strong evidence to prosecute. And I think that's what changes some people's minds too. We can have actual prosecution. Then also there has been discussion as part of the infrastructure, but also on like the federal dollars, and it seems to have some bipartisan support for more housing dollars coming down for both CBDG and SHIP. And I think they're going to be. It looks like the direction it's going to is like. They're going to be ranking it based on, we'll see like Senator Booker, Senator Warren, and some other bipartisan too, but ranking it based on how many like barriers cities put up to create housing in places that have less barriers, they'll get more money too. I think that's something to be looked at as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Everything that I've heard, I'm probably ready to support a motion that gets put on the floor. I am appalled at the housing discrimination issue. I am hopeful that we can come up with a solution to these properties that are coming off credits. And I'm only sharing this because I thought about it during the discussion about UF. And so I'm going to offer a little bit of unsolicited advice, and it's actually unsolicited advice that I received when I was in college. I had this policy discussion, about the academic dean, and the academic dean brought me into the office and offered me this suggestion, saying, if you're going to talk about someone who you work with, which we work with you at, if you're going to talk about their policies and not invite them to the room, rethink that approach, because you have to give people that you work with the opportunity to respond. And personally, I would want them to hear some of the things that we're talking about, and I would want them to hear the steps that we want to take. So they didn't get invited, they're not in the room, and for me, that I just wish that approach would be different. Because I am also appalled at the fact that those moves that they're doing are going to raise the price of housing for the people that they serve and for our city. And for the record, this also is personal for me, because my parents, when they came from Mexico, they went to New York first. It was too cold in New York. It's just too cold. Just can't do it. So they came down to Gainesville, and the only reason they were able to do that is because of this type of housing. So be that as it may, we have to find a solution to this problem. It has to involve the university, because these decisions are going to raise the prices of housing for a lot of people, for a lot of students, for a lot of working families, and ultimately it's going to turn people away. People that the university is trying to attract here. So this is just the most counterintuitive, counterproductive. Doesn't make any sense to me. I would prefer to have them here to hear that. So I'm ready to support whatever motions.
Commissioner, you were talking on that development.
So one other way to get that information across, when our landlords are going to be receiving packets to apply for their permit, at least for now, we can include a sign here that you have read like this copy of it and return it. So at least it builds again that trail of like you have been informed. It wasn't in legalese. We're told what the consent that renters have, and you sign for it. So now I don't want to call them sing. I don't mind calling them spot checking. You know, just to see how things are in different quadrants, because we cycle check, we cycle inspect. So not everybody will get checked, you know, until 4 years later necessarily, unless there's a complaint. So I'm perfectly comfortable with spot checking areas that aren't being inspected that year, just to keep kind of like our eye on all parts of the city at the same time. As for the LIHTC properties, so what my mentor told me was we had two big spikes in LIHTC housing when it first came out in the late 60s, early 70s, and everyone wanted to like, yeah, that sounds great. And then when they amended it in, I want to say 98, and then when they amended it, there was another wave of like, sure, we love this, give us the tax credit. But the requirements at that point were only 15 if you want to be that low, or up to 30. There was no requirement to take 30, and that's at the federal regulation level, who provides all that money. So I'm not sure how much we could do to impact that initial affordability contract, because that's way above our pay grade. But I wouldn't mind exploring some kind of replacement of that tax credit incentive once we map it out. Speaking of mapping it, if Andrew's listening, I think Schimberg might already have maps of LIHTC properties in town. So your staff doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. I think Schimberg already has this. I think I remember seeing it at least once. But we could certainly go out and identify those and talk to them and see if they'd be willing to take a substitution of the tax credit for continued affordability. But this isn't a Gainesville problem. This is a statewide, nationwide problem where getting LIHTC credits is complicated. It is one of the most complicated, I guess, affordability mechanisms that this country has devised. And a lot of developers are just saying, you know what? not worth it. If you make me jump through that many hoops, I'm just not gonna do it. So not as many folks are signing up for it, and the properties are aging out of their contracts. That's a reality across the country. So if we can attempt Commissioner Ward's suggestion, I'd be happy to explore the feasibility of that. But I think that problem is above Gainesville. It's in DC. Then I'd be more than happy to have that conversation with UF at the table. When I brought this up, I was told to not bring it up because what UF does is UF's business. But I'd be happy to have that conversation and explain how pushing that population out will just drive up costs further for us, and that's why it's our problem. However, whatever carrot or stick we use for that conversation, I'd be comfortable exploring what those options are. Oh, last one. So as to the Mr. Tattersall's point that folks would have been evicted before they got any resolution from the EO office. If there's appetite for it, I would like to see how we can restructure the investigation portion of EO for time-sensitive activities, because they receive all kinds of complaints like discriminatory firing. You're already fired. You're not going to get your job back most likely at that same place. So that one has time to work on. Whereas our landlord suddenly saying he's not renewing it because we have vouchers, that is very time sensitive, and you only have 2, maybe 3 months to tackle it. So if there is appetite for it, I would, whatever motion is made, to include a review of restructuring the complaint investigation process for time sensitive matters like evictions and non-renewals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Devin?
So thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for this multi-pronged approach and discussion about a topic that has been plaguing us for quite some time. My mind immediately goes back to something that I found myself embroiled in just a few years ago, where was probably the last piece of land in the urban core that could have been restored to low and very low income property was lost at Seminary Lane, where people who needed low and very low income housing were literally displaced. Now, in the name of luxury student housing. I am really looking forward to improving the relationship, possibly entering into some sort of partnership with the University of Florida to address something that I believe could be structured as a win-win situation. I don't believe that the University of Florida wants to appear as the bad guy. I don't believe they necessarily want to do that. But I do know that we as the city of Gainesville have an obligation to our neighbors to make sure that we do right by them. We have lost a lot. Certain things have happened, and I can't say under the radar, but certain things have slipped through the cracks. And I think we are at a very critical point now. We have some resources that are coming into our hands that we need to think very critically about. As I think about the next meeting where we'll be discussing the rescue money, I've been thinking about ways to grow that money. Right now it's finite, it's a lump sum of money that boom, and we all decide about our programming that we go on. But when I look at issues like this, that are pervasive and long-standing and that will continue into the future, my mind goes immediately, here's this money. How can we make this grow so that issues like affordable housing can be addressed over time? Perhaps we take a look at the county, working hand in hand with them in their trust, their affordable housing trust,
working with them and finding ways to attack this issue, because we certainly can't do it by ourselves. I'd like to see all of us together go before the powers that be at the University of Florida, or bring them here, wherever it is we need to go, a neutral spot, wherever it is we need to go, to engage in this conversation. Partnership, relationship, I think is how we proceed. There are so many different feelings between our neighbors about the University of Florida and how they have impacted housing, and most of them are negative. I think we can play a part in helping to possibly ameliorate that, but even more, and really helping to address the issue. So I don't know if it's a subcommittee, I don't know if it's all of us, but I certainly would support, will advocate for us creating the opportunity to have very particular conversations, not just, hey, how you doing, we have a problem, but an actual agenda with some action items and some ways to get to solutions of these issues. And then I have a question about our comp plan. Do we currently have a commitment in the comp plan for affordable housing?
Andrew?
We do. We actually have a housing element, which covers sort of all of the various policies that cover. It's primarily affordable housing, although it does cover sort of generally housing policy in the city.
Andrew, does it specify low and very low income housing? And if so, is it possible for you to get us that language, the specific and particular language on that?
Yeah, absolutely. It does. And I think it does have those policies, although I would say they can definitely be strengthened and made, I think, much more sort of implementable than how they are today. But we'll be happy to get you those policies.
This is the time right now. Gail, your timing was impeccable with this, because had you not brought this forward today, this is going to be a part of a conversation that I was going to bring us to. So thank you very much for this. But Andrew, if you would kindly do that, this language in the comp plan, I think we need the policy that helps to really make this be borne out into something that's going to be meaningful for our residents. So I'd like for us definitely to include that in whatever motion may be made here today. And I believe that that's it.
All right, thank you, all of you, for your thoughts on this. Commissioner Johnson, especially for bringing it forward. Kind of start at the end. You know, I will tell you, Commissioner Desmond Walker, that Desmond Walker.
Desmond Walker's my
Oh my gosh. I apologize for people. For the affordable housing element, there's no single more important thing to me in our comp plan update than that. The rest is icing. And to me, it all centers around exclusionary zoning policies and inclusionary zoning policies that are absent from our current comp plan. So we have a real opportunity there to do something generationally transformative when we come to that. I would love to invite university administration to a conversation. I think we need to have a focused meeting on that. Maybe not restricted just to affordable graduate housing. I think there's some other issues that they would like to talk to us about, and us them. You know, it's been a while since we've gotten together, so I think the pandemic really, we all went kind of into our corners and said, how do I keep our thing going? And now we're emerging from that. You know, because, you know, at the last trustees meeting, there was an explicit admission by the board and particularly their chair that they have been focusing on undergraduates and at the expense of graduate students. That has been a mistake. and they plan to rectify that moving forward. So, and that was a very public admission sort of guilt. So I think it would be great to hear from them what that means, including in the housing arena. For the temporary housing vouchers, I'm happy to explore that. You all will remember when the county decided to quit funding Grace. They said, y'all fund Grace, we're gonna do housing. That's our responsibility. Explicitly. Yes, yes. And they know that. I'm not putting words in their mouth. They said that, here's what we're gonna do with our money. And so this, I believe, is an excellent opportunity for them because they've been finding, I don't want to, based on what they've spent, the amount of money they spent and what they spent it on, they're having trouble finding ways to spend it on putting people in homes so far. So this is a great opportunity for them to be able to go out and help a lot of people right now and in the very near future. So I think that's all out there. We can participate in that, and maybe, you know, I will just give you a sneak peek. You're gonna see most of my requests that come back to you with the federal money centering around homelessness, homelessness prevention, eviction. I mean, you know, real critical housing kind of nature. And so, yeah, I think in the short term, we really need to address that. But going forward, you know, that certainly is, I think, an appropriate use of those monies they said that they were going to focus on. For the housing discrimination, good, bad, and the ugly. You know, when I was having my book club conversation Saturday, we had two phenomenal people, Natalie Maxwell from Three Rivers and Ashan, what's his last name, from the Florida Housing Coalition. And I just asked them, like, okay, you know, sum it up, what's something local government can do to really help housing, you know, legacy housing discrimination? And Natalie immediately was like, you all have done it. It's the rental rights ordinance and, you know, what you're doing with source of income. That's the single biggest thing that all communities should be doing. And so I think right now for us, it's like, okay, how do we make sure it's having the intended effect? And what do we need to do to strengthen it? Including, you know, there's bad actors out there. Let's reveal them. You know, let's just like any, I mean, if there's a car sales lot that's selling bad cars, let's bust them on it, you know, and bring it to light. Either put them out of business or make them mend their ways. And then, you know, Sean really got into discriminatory zoning, exclusionary zoning. So, you know, that, in his words, that's the new Jim Crow. That's what we need to dismantle. So I know, and I want to thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for starting out your conversation saying, this is a huge issue and let's limit our discussion to these things today. So I am, but I will just say editorially, we are not going to be able to holistically address our housing issues, no community is, until we address our supply issue. We've got to increase housing supply, period. And so that needs to be another discussion for another day. And how do we do that? What are the barriers to housing? How do we make sure it happens in an equitable way? Those are all very complex things, but they're critical to the conversation. So we'll get to that, you know, maybe in our next round of GPCs or just later. So with that, you want to put a motion on the floor?
Oh boy.
I know, right?
I'm gonna try. Okay, so part one, add to either our housing act. Well, we passed that already, so I can't do that, right? So maybe the 22-part motion. What would be the best vehicle for this? So what I want to accomplish is that we add to either the housing action plan or a 22-part motion a focus on creation and supporting low and very creation, supporting and word that I'm losing.
Preservation.
Preservation, yes, of low and very low income housing. Where would that best fit?
Let's not worry about where it goes. Let's just say we want this to be the focus, and then we can ask staff to come back with a.
Okay.
Mr. Murray's back there, right?
Okay.
Come back to us with where that best fits.
Okay, and either through, whatever vehicle you all want to do this through memo, but I'd like to get an understanding of, we all would like to get an understanding of where the Lighting properties are in Gainesville. And also explore Commissioner Ward's idea of developing relationships and finding a source for subsidizing the additional cost of housing.
Replacing the existing subsidies.
Replacing the existing, thank you. Part 3 is twofold. Write a letter, or when is our next city council meeting?
I don't know, it's a while.
Is it a while? Well, I'd like to very plainly and simply ask them straight up, and I'd like either a yes or no, so we can do that through a letter, we can do it through, conversations, however way, but I would like for them to commit to setting aside some funds for temporary housing vouchers, and I'd like for us to do the same.
I think we could bring that up at that meeting, talking about federal funds. I think
Okay.
it fits into that enough.
Okay, so we can do that next meeting. So part 4 is Commissioner Sacco already did a lot of this, but I'm gonna put it under the umbrella of a Know Your Rights campaign, including enforcement of our housing, of the
rights ordinance.
The rental rights ordinance, but the specific piece of the rental rights ordinance that
Oh, source of
the housing
income.
discrimination, yeah. It is under the, yeah.
There's education for the renters necessarily, but not education.
Amend the ordinance to include the following. That a landlord or any agent of the landlord may only consider the portion of the rent that the Section 8 voucher holder is required to pay out of pocket, as determined by the local housing authority issuing the voucher. I don't know what part I'm on at this point.
Can you read that again for
Yeah.
Marie?
Yeah. Yeah, so to amend the ordinance to include the following under the lawful source of income piece is that the landlord or any agent of the landlord may only consider the portion of the rent that the Section 8 voucher holder is required to pay out of pocket. You can just leave it at that.
Are you done?
No.
Yeah, well, see.
Sounds like this needs to be a joint meeting. I would love to protect the general policy, but the conversation with UF about their responsibility to address
Yeah,
affordable
I think that should
housing.
be a separate meeting. Let's schedule a meeting and invite UF, the
Okay.
special meeting.
So schedule a meeting with UF to address the responsibility of UF for affordable housing as well as partnerships to address affordable housing. I'd also like us to.
Yeah, I think just
Broader?
the campus development agreement.
Okay.
And that will include, including housing.
Okay.
That way we can talk about other impacts
Okay.
as needed and mentioned.
Okay.
Fire, police, and all that sort of thing. All that stuff.
Okay. Okay, joint US city meeting. You mentioned something, and I'm not sure if I got it into this motion. Oh, no, Commissioner Sacco did, and I also think you did, restructuring the investigation process to include time-sensitive investigations. So for that to come back to us from the Office of Equity and Inclusion. And then I believe you mentioned something I might not have put in.
The piece about making sure this is in the comp plan? Or was it the meeting with UF?
As long as you think that interests anything.
The comp plan thing that you mentioned is part of what we're doing with the comp plan update.
Is it in that?
Yeah, that's a huge part of what we're doing, absolutely. So that's already in process.
I think I got it all.
Okay. I second. Okay, motion and second, go ahead.
The portion on the anti.
Second. Mine was second.
On the discrimination language, I think we should make it broader than section 8 because there's like VA funding, there's a lot of other things beyond that. So I guess
Yes.
however the wording needs to be, but not just specifically
Yes.
for section 8. And then on the data, I would like for us to get data on, I'll let us the motion on like the number of starts and finishes of construction, and broken down between rental and owner occupied. And I guess, guys, that's probably readily, it's I guess a question for Andrew, is that readily available if we go back like years too? I'd like to see kind of where the trends are too. You know, for both Lytech, but also just for in general, just what's being built. And then if we know some of it is, some of the housing units we actually know is like affordable housing, we should break that out. But there are other ones we just are market too. It's what's getting built, getting started construction, what's getting finished, is it rental, is it owner occupied, and then kind of maybe broken down by zip code, where is it actually happening?
I asked for
You
it,
did,
so
okay.
send it to all of us.
Okay.
Okay, never mind, Andrew. Just send whatever Commissioner Johnson asked for to everybody.
I need more last words. That went back a few years too, or?
No, no, you know what, it's recent.
Okay. If we can, I like recent if possible, like going back years too, to see what the kind of, it takes years to actually catch up on housing, where housing goes to. Is that readily available, Andrew, or is that? The Chevy's pulling data from codes, right? Or data from the software.
We'll do our best.
That's all we ask. It's the only thing we ask.
My GIS whiz is tomorrow is his last day. So, but we are we do have data, and I think after a little bit of data mining, I think we can bring back I think what you're talking about.
I don't need a map on GIS. I just the raw numbers.
Yeah, sure.
I think we encompassed it, and I am going to leave out the spot checks, but I think we should, because it's clearly going to be a controversial topic for us to discuss. But I do want to say that it happens often. I get those same phone calls about discrimination, especially in Gainesville, and I think that spot checks would be a fantastic idea. That happens a lot more often than we would like to think in that community. And they're the same bad actors, by the way, that are doing these things. So
And I'm guessing a couple rounds of them, and all of a sudden, the problem gets a lot better.
yeah.
It's not-
So I'll leave that out maybe for now, but I would like to continue that conversation later.
Commissioner Johnson, there was one other thing that I said that I had not brought up that I did not know whether you wanted to take into consideration, which was just partnering with the county in the affordable housing fund.
Yeah, I think that that's a conversation that will we have at that, because they passed that already, didn't they?
The voters passed a charter amendment that created a vehicle. There's no money in it.
There's no money in it.
That would, I think, just be a good topic for a joint meeting, for them to update us on where they are with it and then how we might participate.
Yeah.
So we can just help me remember that's, or Lee, if you'll kind of take a note of that that's a potential joint meeting topic.
So noted.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the 15th part motion.
Okay, a complex motion on a complex problem. Let's go over to Adam for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have one public comment, at least at the moment. We have Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes. No, Mr. Scott is not there. Can you go in the room? We may have, oh, no, he's calling, he's in. Mr. Scott, are you there? Mr. Scott.
Adam, we've got Mr. Shepherd here. Let's take his comment. I'll come back to you.
Thank you, sir.
Good, no.
Yes, what I'd like to see happen is a cancellation of the Human Rights Act, which promoted employers to take and fire people at will. I would like to have that stricken from the record and them not be able to use that, because that has cost a lot of people their jobs, has cost them the money for their rent. And this here has taken cost even business owners the right of keeping employees. So I would like to ask for amendment or a strike against that rule. I thank you both, you commissioners, for bringing this topic up, because it's critical for affordable housing, for many acts upon our city. And this here is a superior act, which I'm glad you took the initiative to bring to another meeting. But this here, removal of that will help tremendously. And I had other things to say, but I'm gonna wait for another time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Adam, back to you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I think we've got Mr. Scott back. Mr. Scott, are you out there? You have 3 minutes.
I am. It's amazing that you can fly cross country in the time that you guys engage in your prolonged discussions that last forever and ever and ever. Meanwhile, you really don't want to hear from the citizens. So with respect to this item, again, I want to note for the record that, you know, the city claims to have an affordable housing crisis, yet failed to expend all available state money, SHIP money from FY17, FY18, and FY19, diverted that money, unspent money, to the GNV CARES program. So, you know, please help me understand how you can claim to have an affordable housing crisis if you're not devoting all available penny of all available funding to solving what your alleged crisis is. That's just another example of progressive mismanagement. Bottom line here, folks, is that one political faction has run this city for 20 years. And I fail to understand how, if you guys are so enlightened, how you cannot solve a problem before it becomes a crisis of your own making. So with respect to the compound motion, which is really hard to follow, I do support the county's position of rapid rehousing. I do support the suggestion to have a joint meeting between UF and the city, which should go on for hours. But we didn't take comment the other day, but with respect to the meeting, I would hope that while you're having that meeting with UF, perhaps you should ask them, again, in addition to affordable housing, what they should be doing for the community in terms of the clinic and funding that themselves. I mean, they have state and federal money reimbursement to do so. It's called giving back to the community. Personally, as a double gator, I don't really see UF stepping up to the plate on anything. I mean, UF told you that they can't use faculty and staff to estimate the cost of the renovations to Fire Station 1, but yet you ask GRU customers to pay UF $1 billion of our money for utility easement for a chilled water plant. I mean, UF doesn't have tent cities and homeless trashing up their campus. Why is that, Mayor Poe? So again, with the motion, again, we didn't get to comment on the other things because you guys take for hours. But again, going back to climate crisis real quick, if I may, since I didn't get the chance to talk and you had audio problems all the time. If Commissioner Ariola thinks that, all due respect, the climate crisis is such an issue, then why is he enhancing the carbon footprint with all his travel and his road hazard car? I mean, shouldn't he be walking if he's really that concerned about it? I mean, there's just hypocrisy after hypocrisy after hypocrisy coming from you guys. You really should take the time to listen to it because it's pretty interesting. I mean, you know, we're wasting taxpayer money putting together a redundant, comprehensive climate change solution document. And then we're being lectured that we need to be educated and wind power won't work in Florida. I don't need to be educated enough.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
I mean, it's ridiculous to have you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, that is our last caller. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Move to a vote on the motion. Anybody need anything split out? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for the discussion. Up next, we have general public comment. Anybody in the room?
Mr. Mayor, we've got nobody in the room right now.
Great.
I thought about what I was going to mention, and that is with this policy, these students that have been sleeping on their stairs, sleeping in the hallway, back at McDonald's, these students can't afford that kind of income of a rental. 940 to 1,450 for one bedroom. This is what's out there. These slum landlords need to be held accountable. And if we go on East Gainesville, I'm blaming Ken Cannell because he's not even gone out there to take a look at what is in his jurisdiction. Our city has a few, yes, but we in the city haven't had the amount that there is in the county. And these people taking having to fight this bullet. And Mom, I met yesterday on 53rd Street. That she takes and lives in one room, and she has to take and cook her meals for her kids in a microwave. She don't get no voucher. Her landlord says if you don't pay the rent, you're out. What are you gonna do with 5 kids? Let's hear it serious. It bothers me. It makes me cry. And how many of these families out there like this? I can count 96 and have been, and as a people's representative, I'm telling you, we need to act on this, just like we need to act on the Environmental Act, because Mr. David Rivera, again, I want to thank you. And this here, as I was saying it again, we need to act on it now before the Mississippi River hits down here, before these houses are washed away like they have been in Virginia and all. Anybody pay attention to news? If we did, we would have the answer to all these problems. And I watch the news. I watch these talk programs, and they help you to make a great decision towards what you need to do to move forward. I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for the people. That's why I'm running for mayor. And I pray to God I make it, because we need it. And I have the leadership, the knowledge, and the capability to make everything I'm going to take and do happen. And if we can take and stand by me and get me in office, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Any member comment? Okay.
Wait, before you go, Mr. Mayor, we do have one commenter who called in late. We have Mr. Nathan Scott back for more. Mr. Scott, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Yes, Adam, back for more because I'm a taxpayer tired of fiscal mismanagement of my taxpayer money. So thank you for the side comment.
I did not mean that in a bad way, sir.
I know you're trying to be funny, and I'm trying to be funny too. So okay. It's just, I think we can be respectful with disagreeing with each other. Again, I'm looking at an article, commissioners, that I wrote in the Gainesville Sun on January 15, 2020, requesting that City Commission consider all alternatives related to GRU and vet our alternatives, as opposed to just constantly raising our rates. 5 GRU debt downgrades since 2012. The most recent 2-notch debt downgrade cost GRU customers another $32 million in additional borrowing costs, on top of the $27.6 million in additional borrowing costs and counting for the prior debt downgrades. City Commission doesn't care. Your solution to everything is not to listen to experts, not to listen to GRU management. You want to impose the largest multi-year GRU rate increases in GRU's history. That's your solution. And because that makes it even more unaffordable, if electric rates aren't already unaffordable, as evidenced by the shutoffs and the gentleman you heard at the City Commission meeting the other night, you want to subsidize with taxpayer money low-income rates, which under Florida law is illegal. It's illegal cross-subsidy. It's discriminatory rate making, but you care about not discriminating against people. Why don't you not discriminate against GRU customers by cutting your inflated, expletive, deleted language, city budget, and wasteful spending. You have a spending addiction with taxpayer money. You refuse to cut your spending. I've provided a solution, a comprehensive solution, which would avoid an FY22 GRU rate increase and help ensure the financial integrity of GRU, help them service their debt, avoid additionally borrowing, defer AMI, which is a terrible $81 million investment. And Commissioner Ariola, for your edification, if you actually learned something while getting your graduate degree, you would know it doesn't have a payback until well after the useful life. How about year 22? So why don't you take a look at that and tell me where the benefit to GRU customers is? It's not. It's your pretext for implementing time of use rates, which you'd be the only utility in the state of Florida, if not the nation, that would force that nonsense on GRU customers. And if you think that's going to help people manage their rates and their electric bills, let me tell you how that worked out for PG&E customers who got sticker shock, folks. So why don't you actually listen? You claim you want to listen. You claim you want to have community engagement for Imagine Gainesville, but you don't. You don't want to listen to a thing that citizens say, no matter how right it may be, as evidenced by the 5 GRU debt downgrades since 2012, Commissioner.
Mr. Scott.
It's clear that your failed policies are not working.
Mr. Scott.
Try something else. Why don't you have a dialogue? Thank you.
You've been muted.
Thank you. So we're all hearing about the electric scooters, and I have something really important to share. I got an email from Butler Enterprises the day after we announced the permits. 3 companies, I'm not going to name names, dropped off scooters there, creating so many liability problems. They have the technology to geofence wherever they want, even if it's outside of any agreed upon area, even if there's no permission. So I forwarded that to the manager's office and Phil Mann. They handled it, and Butler, of course, handled it. But that's day 2. And I went to the launch and talked to some of the company. I'm concerned that some of the people in charge of the administration here aren't really up to, they don't really know what's in the permit. Because it just blew my mind. You're just going to go to somebody's property and just drop off the scooters as you wish. So I'm just saying this because these are getting a lot of attention. Everyone's talking about them. Everyone's talking about them. So we all need to have that conversation. And I don't play baseball, so it's not 3 strikes with me. I play golf. You get a mulligan. That was the mulligan, and you still on hole 1. And I will recommend that we pull permits from certain companies if they don't shape up.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Ariola, because in District 1, we've seen several drop-off sites, and my concern has been a major safety concern when we have individuals who are riding in the streets. And I remember reading an article where it said at Depot Park, they are geofencing so that no one can throw them into the lake. And I need you to geofence so that children can't ride in the middle of the street. So thank you very much for that. It's something that I was sending an email to city manager about as well. I've got several calls from constituents in Lincoln Estates, in Duval, and a number of other places. While I can see the value, we have a major safety issue on our hands as it is right now.
I'll add to that, one of the assistant police chiefs was telling me just hours ago that they received video of a group of like a dozen kids riding as a group. They were all younger teenagers riding as groups down University, some on the sidewalks, some in the road. So there has to be, I know you're technically only supposed to ride them if you're over 18, but there has to be to confirm that. Start using them like, oh, this is cool. And then off they go into the road. So if there's a way to contact the companies to ensure the 18 and up thing, I don't know how to register that, but
any other member comment? Okay, I'm sorry to keep you all, but I just wanted to put something out there. I don't need any feedback or response, but it's an idea I had. It kind of stemmed from Commissioner Ward's comment several weeks ago that these have turned into second city commission meetings as opposed to the original intent which was an open sort of discussion of ideas to see whether the commission wanted to move forward with them or not. An idea I had is that we dedicate one GPC meeting per quarter, just sort of open format, where every commissioner, as well as myself, would get 30 minutes to present whatever they wanted to the rest of the commission. just an opportunity to say, here's what I've been thinking about, here's what I've been working on. I read this book, it was great. And here's, what it got me going. Not with any intention, not with any motions, just an ability for each of us to share with one another who we've been talking to, what we've been working on, what we've been thinking about, and because we can't do that, right? We can't have those conversations with one another outside of meetings, and we're all very passionate and excited about different things, and we're all working really hard on them, but we don't get to share that with each other. We get to share it with everybody else but each other. So think about that. I think I would enjoy having an opportunity to do that every so often. And you wouldn't have to. We wouldn't be obligating you like, okay, it's like your turn. You must get up and speak. If you want to take a pass that corner, then no problem. But it would be available, at this one particular meeting. So just think about it. And then when we come back, I think at our next administrative meeting for GPC for the next quarter, we can discuss that further. Anything else? All right, then we are adjourned.